Should work now. What a way to start the day. We're going to start off with a summary of the legislation that was passed last year. We'll probably be talking about that through the interim. We'll get a reviser's deal today. Representative Carpenter will be here and present, I think, next month or the future meeting. We'll have more discussion. Just wanted to start and kind of get feel refresh what it was and get going. We'll take care of minutes later. So with that, the reviser would like to give us an overview of the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. We're going to talk about House Substitute for Senate Bill 291, which passed during this last legislative session. Essentially, it transfers all cybersecurity services under the Chief Information Technology Officer of each branch of government. It creates Chief Information Security Officers within the judicial and legislative branches. It requires the Chief Information Security Officer to be appointed by the Attorney General, the KBI, the Secretary of State, the State Treasurer, and the Insurance Commissioner. And it also requires those security officers to implement certain minimum cybersecurity standards. It requires the Information Technology Executive Council to develop a plan to integrate all the executive branch information technology services under the Executive Chief Information Technology Officer. It makes some appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2025 and June 30, 2026 for the Kansas Information Security Office, the Adjutant General, and it also authorizes transfers and imposes certain restrictions and directs or authorizes disbursements and procedures for all state agencies. And it requires legislative review of state agencies that are not in compliance with the new provisions happening in this bill. One thing to note is that all the changes that happen in this legislation currently are set to expire July 1st of 2026. So all the new law sections will expire on that date, and then all the changes to current law have a delayed section that will revert all of those changes back as of July 1st, 2026, if the legislature doesn't take any further action. So to get into the details, Section 1 provides that on and after July 1st, 2027, all cybersecurity services for each branch will be administered by the CTO and the CISO of each branch. All cybersecurity employees, except for those in the Regents institutions within each branch, will work at the direction of the Chief Information Technology Officer. Before July 1st of 2026, the Information Technology Executive Council shall develop a plan to integrate all executive branch IT under the CTO of the executive branch. The council shall consult with each agency when they develop that plan, and the Judicial Information Technology Officer is required to develop an estimated cost to provide hardware to the judicial agencies and all employees of those agencies, including state and county funded judicial branch district court employees. Such officer is also required to consult with the executive CTO in developing a plan to allow that hardware to access the CanWin network. The Information Technology Executive Council shall report the plan developed to the Senate Standing Committee on Ways and Means and the House Standing Committee on Legislative Modernization before January 15th of 2026. Before February 1st of 2025, all websites maintained by a branch of government or state agency have to be moved to the .gov domain. And then on July 1st, 2025, and each year thereafter, money is appropriated for IT and cybersecurity expenditures have to be appropriated as a separate line item and shall not be merged with other items of appropriation to allow for detailed review of each one of those items of appropriation. Sections 2 and 3 create the Chief Information Technology Officers within the judicial and legislative branches. They're largely similar, so I'll discuss them together. The judicial branch CISO will be appointed by the judicial administrator, subject to approval by the Chief Justice, and the legislative CISO will be appointed by the Legislative Coordinating Council. Each of those officers will be required to do a variety of things. You can see them listed there. I won't necessarily read them to you, but if you have questions about that, we can talk about that. Also, the CISO of each branch is required to develop a cybersecurity program for each agency that complies with the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. Those programs are required to achieve a CSF tier of 3.0 prior to July 1st of 2028 and a CSF tier of 4.0 prior to July 1st of 2030. If an audit conducted results in a failure, then the CISO is required to report that failure to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the minority leaders of both of those chambers to on the plan that they've developed to mitigate the security risks. And those audit results are confidential and not subject to the Open Records Act. The legislative CISO is required to obtain approval from the reviser of statutes prior to taking any action on any matter that involves a legal issue. Section 4 provides that on July 1st, 2028, and each year thereafter, the director of the budget, in consultation with each of the CTOs of the branches, shall determine if each state agency is in compliance with the provisions of this piece of legislation for that current fiscal or for the previous fiscal year. If the director of the budget determines that a state agency is not in compliance, then the director is required to certify an amount that's equal to 5% of the money that's appropriated or reappropriated from the state general fund and credited to and available in each special revenue fund of that non-complying agency. The director of the budget shall submit a detailed written report to the legislature before the regular session concerning the compliance determinations. And then during that regular session, the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Ways and Means Committee shall consider whether to lapse those amounts because of the agency's noncompliance. Section 5 appropriates $659,368 to the Judicial Branch's Judicial Operations Fund. Section 6 appropriates the Information Technology Security Fund within the Kansas Information Security Office for fiscal year 2025 as a no-limit fund. Section 7 appropriates $15 million to the Kansas Information Security Office for fiscal year of 2026. The director of the budget there shall determine the amount of money from each account in the special revenue fund for fiscal years 2021 through 2025 that each executive branch agency expended for services that will now be performed by the Kansas Information Security Office or for any other cybersecurity services. Then they have to determine that 5-year average and then certify that amount to the Director of Accounts and Reports. And the Director of Accounts and Reports will lapse that amount from each agency's budget now that those services will be being provided by the CISO and the Security Office. Section 8 appropriates $250,000 to the operating expenditures account of the Adjutant General for fiscal year 25. That's for 2 full-time employees in the Fusion Center to assist in monitoring state information technology systems. Section 9 amends KSA 4110, and I'm going to talk about these together. Sections 9, 12, 13, 14, and 15, because they all do a very similar thing. Essentially, they all require the Attorney General, the Commissioner of Insurance, the State Treasurer, the Director of the KBI, and the Secretary of State to appoint Chief Information Security Officers for each of their offices, essentially the elected officials. And those cybersecurity officers within each of those offices are required to develop a cybersecurity program that complies with the NIST CSF framework, just like you guys are requiring the executive, legislative, and judicial branches to do. Again, those programs are required to achieve a CSF tier of 3.0 prior to July 1st of 2028 and a CSF tier of 4.0 prior to July 1st of 2030. Those CISOs are required to ensure that their offices and employees within the office complete cybersecurity training annually and coordinate with the United States Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to perform audits. Again, the results of those audits will be confidential and not subject to the Open Records Act. Section 10 amends KSA 45-229 to exempt all those audit reports from the Open Records Act. So now we'll skip down to section 16. That amends KSA 757201. That's the definition section in the information technology statutes. It makes changes to the definition of business risk and information technology project change or overrun just to account for the judicial and legislative branches not falling under ITech definitions and policies anymore. The definition of executive agency is also amended to include the judicial council and to exclude the elected office agencies that we just talked about. Section 18 amends KSA 757202, the statute that creates the ITech, the Information Technology Executive Council. It changes the membership of the council to make the CETOs from the judicial and legislative branch non-voting members. It also makes the legislative members non-voting members and adds 2 voting members who are information technology employees from the State Board of Regents institutions. The bill also makes the chairperson the executive CETO. Right now it flips between the executive, judicial, and legislative branch CETOs, and it requires monthly meetings instead of quarterly meetings. Section 20 amends KSA 757203. That's the statute that provides the duties of the Information Technology Executive Council. That section is amended to make policies adopted by the council only apply to the executive branch. The bill also requires the council to develop a plan to integrate all the IT services for the executive branch under the CETO. That plan has to be reported to the legislature. Section 22 amends KSA 757205. That's the statute that creates the executive branch CETO. The duties of the officer are amended to require that the officer consult with appropriate legal counsel on topics related to confidentiality, the Open Records Act, the Open Meetings Act, and any other legal matter. It's also amended to require that all third-party data centers are at locations in the United States or in companies that are based in the United States. And it requires them to create a database of all electronic devices within the branch to ensure that they're inventoried and tagged. Any employee of the CETO shall not disclose confidential information of the agency, and the executive CETO shall also make a request to the Adjutant General to permit the Kansas National Guard to perform vulnerability assessments of the branch, and they have to notify the agency of information that's gathered during those assessments. Section 24 amends KSA 757206. That's the statute that creates the judicial branch CETO. It's amended to largely match the executive branch CETO statute just for the judicial branch. And again, Section 26 amends KSA 757208. That's the statute that creates the legislative CETO. And again, the changes made there match what the executive branch and judicial branch CETO requirements are. Section 28 amends KSA 757209. That's the reporting statute for IT projects. That's just changed to provide that the legislative and judicial projects will be reported pursuant to policies adopted by that branch, now that the ITech policies don't apply to those 2 branches. Section 30 amends KSA 757237. That's the definition section in the Cybersecurity Act. It just changes the definition of executive branch agency to include the judicial council, but to exclude the, well, right now there's an exclusion for capers, and it removes that exclusion from the definition. Section 32 amends KSA 757238. That's the statute that creates the Chief Information Security Officer for the executive branch. And the changes there are just matching the requirements that we're putting in place for the legislative and judicial branch CISOs. Section 34 amends KSA 7239. That's the statute that creates the Information Security Office. The duties of the Information Security Office are amended, and you can see in my brief what those new duties will be. They're also required to report failures, security failures to the legislature. That audit would be reported to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the 2 minority leaders. And again, they have to create a plan to mitigate security risks. Subsection E of that section creates that new information technology security fund, and all expenditures made from that fund would have to be approved by the executive branch CISO. Section 36 amends KSA 753240. That's the statute that provides the duties of each executive branch agency head that's related to IT. Most of the current law duties there, including the duty to perform a cybersecurity self-assessment, are removed to allow the executive branch CITO and CISO to take over most of those duties. But each agency head will be required to coordinate with the CISO to implement those new security standards that are described. And that is essentially what this bill does. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Once again, we just wanted to start the review of this today. We can have some questions for the revisor. We'll be speaking with Representative Carpenter and Representative Wassinger probably at the next meeting to discuss this, probably also in the interim. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the review. I have a few questions. One is, could you just briefly kind of let this committee know the change in the role of the ITech Council here, what it is, what it was before, and then how it changed fundamentally with this particular one?
Sure. So ITech right now, as you guys know, is a group of IT people and legislators from all three branches of government. All three branch CITOs sit on ITech Council. They chair the council in a rotating fashion, and there are legislative members on ITech. And that group is responsible for developing IT policies and cybersecurity policies for all three branches. That's kind of the current duties of ITech. Under this legislation, ITech will only apply to executive branch agencies. And so the legislative and judicial branch CITOs will stay on the council as non-voting members to kind of get an idea of what the executive branch is doing, but those policies won't necessarily apply to the legislative and judicial branches. The CITOs and CISOs of those branches will be required to adopt policies in coordination with the Legislative Coordinating Council for the legislative branch and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court for the judicial branch. And then ITech, one of the big changes with ITech in terms of their role is that they are going to be required to develop a plan to integrate all IT services under the CITO so that each branch or each agency within the executive branch isn't performing their own IT services. It would all be rolled into the CITO. And so that plan would then be described to you guys to do implementing legislation if you see fit.
Just two other kind of questions. Does this particular legislation affect anybody except the executive branch? As in, does it set any kind of policies for other branches of, like the municipalities and things like that, that interact with the state IT system? Does it have anything that affects the locals, so to speak?
Yes, in a way for the judicial branch. So the big changes are to the executive branches, largely because that's the biggest branch that has the most IT employees. For the legislative branch, practically there won't be too much change because each of our own legislative branch agencies, we don't have our own cybersecurity staff right now, so there's not going to be a big change there. For the judicial branch, the judicial branch CITO is required to develop a project cost for providing hardware for all the their employees in the local units of government. So if you were to go forward with some type of project that would provide hardware to all those folks, then there would be some big changes there for the judicial branch.
But not the municipalities per se, if they're interested?
No, not the local units of government.
The last question I have right now is there anything in here that specifies anything about the JCIT committee itself and our role in any of this?
No, there aren't any major changes to the JCIT role or statute in here.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. You might want to hang on to your committee because we will be discussing this in future meetings. Next up, we have Alex Wong, Executive Branch IT Project updates.
Morning, Mr. Chair, member of the committees. I'm Alex Wong, State IT Architect for the state of Kansas. So while we're getting this set up, real quick, today's quarterly report is going to be consolidating with the last 3 quarters. So you are going to see quite a few projects that we're going to present. And we are also changing the presentation a little bit based on the feedback from both the chair and vice chair of the committee. Intention is to give the information more specific to what the committees is looking for, and also allow for agency to present on their own projects so they can give more insight directly to the projects that we're going to discuss. Good. Thank you, Addie. So as I mentioned, today we're going to go through the last 3 quarters for all the new projects. So you will see quite a few of those. One of the other things that we have also added into this new projects is some of the projects that did not meet the kilo threshold, but they almost make it. And we are also going to present some of those projects for awareness of this committee. So anyone that is interested in looking more detail in those projects can ask for specific presentation in future meetings. The next report is going to be due on November. So the next quarter report will be in the November meeting and go from there. So let me give a really quick oversight of all the projects that we are currently tracking in Kilo. We have a total of 58 projects at the moment. 29 of them is active, 18 is approved, 1 on hold, 8 is planned, and 2 is completed. And with that said, there are 7 total new demands that is in the last 3 quarters. And there's 2 projects I want to point out. For first project pointing out is the KPERS project that it has since become active after it was approved for new demand back in Q4 of last year. So we're going to have a representative from KPERS to present their project down a little bit on the section of the active projects. For the OITS project, the Managed Data Center as a Service project, Jeff Maxson is not available today, and he is asked to present that project next meeting to the committee. So those 2 projects will not be in this section. And without further ado, I will have the first agency, which is ks.gov, to go through their new demands.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bob Doan. I'm the KDHE CIO. Thank you.
Welcome to the committee.
As Alex indicated, today I will be speaking on the Kansas KDHE Early Childhood Development Services Database Management Project. The purpose of this project is to optimize the maintenance and use of quality data for Kansas early childhood developmental services, local programs, providers, community partners, and families, improving outcomes for Kansas infants, toddlers, and their families. KECDS is what we call it, seeks a data management system to collect, manage, and track files for services for children referred to and or enrolled in early intervention screening services in Kansas. KDHE provides grants to KECDS programs to assist in maintaining and implementing a statewide system of coordinated, comprehensive, multidisciplinary early intervention services for infants and toddlers with disabilities or developmental delays from birth to age 3 and their families. As part of the grant, KDHE must track data for federally mandated reporting. The project duration is scheduled to take approximately 18 months. The duration of the project is to begin October 1st of 2024 and to be completed on July 27th of 2026. The cost of the project is $2,378,919. That's development and implementation cost. That funding is from the supplemental funding, the majority of it, and then there is a portion of it that is federally funded from the Department of Education. The scope of this project includes phases such as discovery, system development, testing, system documentation, training, data migration, post-launch support, hosting, system support, system modifications. With a risk of not doing this, we'll be unable to continue providing intervention for disabilities and developmental delays for children aged 0 to 3, which could have lifelong effects. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there any deadline to meet the federal government have a deadline for us on the become compliant?
The deadline, I don't know that there's a specific deadline. The business representative is not available to answer that question.
That's fine. You can get the answer and just send it back to our committee assistant. It'll distribute it out. Any further questions? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not something you can necessarily answer, but I want to put it out there because it's important for child care facilities throughout the state. A lot of child care facilities, particularly newer ones, were built with the square footage requirements that come from your department, which is you have to have 35 square feet per child in the daycare. Now the child care numbers have changed. KDHE has changed that so that you can have more kids. But the newer facilities that were built with that in mind, with the number of kids you're allowed to have and how much square footage, they can't get any more kids into their daycares. And I know of at least 2 in my community. We've done I do have information that other states require much less square footage, and that would, I'm not asking you to cut it in half, I'm not asking you to get rid of it, but you need to be able to adapt, whether it grandfathers in facilities that were built to match your capabilities that you believe were correct. But I know that other states deal with less square footage. So I would really like to get some sort of response from your office to see where we are on that. I've called, I've left messages, I've talked to people, and I still don't get anything back. So I think it's important for everyone to understand that child care facilities are suffering from that. And I believe even just moving it to 30 square feet per child will probably alleviate that. But I think you should talk to some of the stakeholders on that. And I don't think we're talking about anything dangerous for children, but we are talking about helping. I know both of them could at least have 2 more babies, which is the biggest need within the state of Kansas for daycare facilities. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions on the database management project? See none, thank you.
And I'm up again. The next project is the Ryan White Program Database and Claims Modernization Project. The project purpose for this is the Bureau of Disease Control and Prevention's Ryan White program processes medical claims and hosts and maintains the Securing Client Outcomes Using Technology, which is the SCOUT system, database for eligible Ryan White clients. This new E2 Kansas system will include a client database and an automated medical claim processing module, replacing both elements currently supported. The goal of this project is to improve the lives of Kansans with HIV. The project duration on this is from August 1st, 2023 to July 30th, 2026. The cost for this project is $2,260,000 with an ongoing $400,000 a year maintenance cost. And it is fully funded by the federal grant fund of the Ryan White Part B supplemental. The new client service database will have the same features as Scout, but with additional capabilities such as mobile access, automated service reminders, geolocation, advanced reporting, and enhanced security. And if we are not able to put this new system into place, our claims processing, which are vital to attracting new providers, especially in rural areas, if we cannot attract more providers, we will not be able to improve patient access to treatments. We could lose federal funding if this project is not completed as well. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on this project? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the overview. I understand that you said that the grant covers the project. How long does it cover the maintenance and the other expenses incurred?
That, from my understanding, that is an ongoing grant. I have information. I have a business representative here as well, if you would like further information on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is, as with not just this system, but with many systems, we tend to jump through hoops for federal money, and that money ends up costing the state sometimes more than the benefit to the state. And so if there's somehow we could get a breakdown of all costs incurred, I think it would be worth looking at. I'm not saying it's a bad system. I'm just asking what the actual cost is to jump through the hoops to get the federal money.
Okay. So just for clarity, the project cost is $2,260,000 with ongoing maintenance of $400,000 annually. And just for my clarity, the breakdown of how we're getting the federal funds, or?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, and we all know that this may be the project cost, but that's not the system cost necessarily. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Are you saying that the whole thing is, the ongoing maintenance is federally funded?
Yes.
As well as the implementation costs? So the state doesn't incur any costs on this particular,
Correct.
No matter what, as we go forward? 100%? Okay. I think that's the clarity we were going for. Appreciate that.
Apologies.
Representative Wassing. Senator Tyson.
To be clear, Mr. Chairman, they have a grant and there's no guarantee that the project will stay in the cost that the grant is. I mean, we just need to track to make sure. I watch this from afar, and I don't know if other committee members are aware or not, but a prime example, the Department of Agriculture comes to the state and we pass legislation that says we will build greater than or equal to on our inspection programs of federal inspection. So why do we even have a state system? We're jumping through hoops to get $2 to $3 million for federal money, and we're putting our local businesses out. And I just want to know, when we look at federal money, is it going to cover all the cost? If the project has overruns, obviously, will those costs be covered? It doesn't sound like it if it's a set amount. I don't know how your application works for the federal money. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Is it going to cost us more in the long run to have this program than what we're doing for the jumping through the hoops for the federal money?
Yes, ma'am. I understand your question.
Sometimes the benefit is absolutely, we need it. Sometimes it's, we just see federal money and so we're going after it, whether we need it or not. Thank you, Mr.
I can
Chairman.
see if we can get more clarity for you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the percentage of Kansans that are involved with the HIV Ryan White program? What kind of numbers are we talking about? Whether it's a percentage or a number of? Do you have that available?
I do not personally, but I have someone here that does have that information.
Is there a chance to get them up to give me that information?
My name is Barry Magner. I am the Deputy Section Chief for the HIV and STI Prevention Care and Surveillance Section in BDCP. To answer your question, Representative, the number of enrollees in the Kansas Ryan White program is roughly 1,900, and the number of people living with HIV in Kansas in total is just over 3,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It just seems like a lot of money for, not that I don't want to help people, but I wonder if there's a more efficient way in which we can help these 3,000 people that desperately need it with better benefits. In any case, it just seems like a lot of money just for, we tend to do things for the smallest group and we have to take care of them. But I think there might be a better way to do it efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pittman, you have a question? Any further questions?
Thank you. My question's actually for the senator next to me. I thought I heard in your comments concerns that, in addition to the things you asked for clarification of, but that requirements for the systems, if we go after the federal money, become federal requirements at the detriment of Kansas businesses. So is that what I heard also? So it's a requirement in order to go after the federal money, you're bypassing maybe what's best for Kansas businesses and adopting the federal model. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Senator Tyson.
It's fine, Mr. Chairman. If, so I'm not implying that that happens with this program. I do not know. That's why I'm looking for more information. But I do know that it has happened in programs in the past, that we jump through hoops for federal money, not understanding the consequences of what taking that money means. There's a cost or a return on investment, and sometimes that is a negative versus a positive when we apply for this federal money and receive it.
And maybe someone with staff can help me with this. We did something in the budget for the Ryan White program. I was thinking there was proviso or something in there. Did we put money into that?
Mr. Chairman, we would have to check with our budget staff, but we can ask about that and get you guys a response.
Appreciate that. All right. Any other questions? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That just kind of brought to mind another proviso, which I think was introduced to have some kind of a database for childcare. It was one of those last minute provisos. I think that RFP might be going through the Department of Commerce. I don't know if there's any duplication of any of this, but just something we probably should check out.
That'd be something that you guys can check on. Okay. All right, great. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this Ryan White program has helped a lot of people in the past. I'm glad we're updating it. I'm glad we're able to provide these services. I think that the state probably wouldn't necessarily be spending as much money as the federal government has on grants, given my my knowledge of this program. I do wonder sometimes about these particular, I'm sorry, if we could have the CETO back up here. Sorry. When we have spot systems like this, I call it a spot system because it's very specific to a certain population with certain, when we think about the architecture of the state, it's hard to understand how this particular program will roll into something else inside the state architecture if we started thinking about it like that. I know that's not your challenge right now, and I'm glad we're upgrading it, but eventually over the next 5 to 7 years, we should think about how do programs like this integrate with the overall architecture? Is there any kind of communication that needs to happen between the systems while we still maintain the confidentiality of all the programs that are inside of this particular system? So something to think about in the future. Thank you so much for being here.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Next up, we have project from Department of Administration. We will have the representative from Administration to present the project.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jason Marsh, Deputy CIO, Department of Administration, Office of Systems Management. I'm here for the ACFR project. The Department of Administration, Office of Accounts and Reports has statutory responsibility for the preparation of the State of Kansas Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, referred to as the ACFR, under KSA 75-3735. Currently, an external consulting firm is utilized to assist in the consolidation of the report. The Office of Accounts and Reports is seeking a comprehensive software solution that will provide a single platform to gather data and to create, edit, and publish the ACFR. The software solution will create efficiencies, provide enhanced analysis and editing tools, reduce risk, and decrease reliance on external consulting resources for assistance in the annual process. The project duration is a 9 to 12 month project from contract award. Project cost is about $102,718. That's funded from the State General Fund. The scope of this project is the software will consolidate all data requested and received from existing statewide and agency systems as required to complete the ACFR for each fiscal year. Such data is already gathered and submitted to the Office of Accounts and Reports annually for the preparation of the ACFR. The new software will provide a single platform in which to store and process the statewide and agency-specific data in order to complete the consolidation of the ACFR in accordance with statutory deadlines. Risk here is just driven by the public visibility and use of the annual audited financial statement to report the financial condition of the state of Kansas at the end of each fiscal year. That's all I have for you. Is there any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So right now we're using an outside firm to do this. Is that right?
Yes.
How much do we pay them yearly to do that?
That is something I do not know. I do have Nancy here. Do you want to come discuss this?
Good morning, committee. Thank you so much. My name is Nancy Ruoff. I'm the Director of the Office of Accounts and Reports. We currently have an outside contract. We do work, they are just to supplement our existing staff. We anticipate that there'll be a reduction of about $50,000 a year in the cost of that contract. It helps us to have an external CPA firm that is a second set of eyes, just to ensure when we are instituting new, for example, new GASB, Governmental Accounting Standard Board's requirements. It's just a supplement to our staff. The outsourcing of that consolidation occurred several years ago when there was a reduction in staff and a difficult time finding the adequate professional staff to be able to do that all internally. We now believe that we are in a position to bring that back in-house, and that will place us, again, in a much greater position to have that data all stored and worked internally into a single platform rather than working concurrently with an external consultant. So we will retain that consultant likely for just reference, but we will be doing the majority of that work in-house.
And you won't be adding anybody You won't
We
be
will not be adding staff. No,
staff?
we will be able to do that with the current professional staff that we have in-house.
Okay, but it requires a new system to do it.
It would require the consolidation of that. If we had to do that manually versus using a platform software for that, that would likely require us, just because of the efficiencies gained. The software itself allows us to, basically, we will replicate the previous ACFR, and it will allow us to use that as an opportunity rather than doing it, for example, in Word or something along that, where you're then trying to pull in data from Excel and tables and templates. It will allow that to all be in a single platform whose sole purpose is to consolidate and to execute that ACFR. In order to do that, for example, it allows you to identify and replace. It also provides us analytical tools as we're building the ACFR to make sure that it's identifying potential areas for review or error, as well as providing some feedback on the numbers that are being included in the report. Yes, the annual cost is reflected for the project. Until we get we have not yet executed the RFP, so we do not know what the ongoing would be, but we're happy to bring that back to the committee once we have those estimates.
I'm sorry, keep shutting this off. And the last question, I would assume, since you're Department of Administration, that you're working with OITS through this.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Our Office of Systems Management is our conduit into OITS, and we're working with them as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. You said that it's an in-house project, and then you referred to an RFP.
So I apologize. I mean that the staff internally within the Office of Accounts and Reports, so we will have an RFP for the consulting firm that will put the software in place. That will be a software as a service. But in terms of the execution of the entry of that data ongoing into that software and use of that tool will be done primarily by our staff in-house within the Office of Accounts and Reports.
Somewhat of a hybrid approach.
There will be, yes, we'll be relying on the software support to support the software itself, but the entry and the execution of all of the data into that would be done by the Office of Accounts and Reports staff.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, is it a off-the-shelf product or custom?
It is we are intending to, there's several vendors that offer this, so as we go out to RFP, we're intending to use an off-the-shelf software product, yes.
And if I may also, Mr. Chairman, are the financial statements, it says the state, but are you including the local and the county budgets that you guys post online? Believe me, I use those quite frequently.
This would not be intended to be used by local and county. It's probably going to be more powerful than something that they would likely use locally to create their statements. There are other entities within the state of Kansas who do their own financial statements. It may be that they would be of interest to that, but it's not intended in this initial project to provide that as part of the RFP. The RFP would be solely for the statewide consolidated financial report.
I think it might help for some consistency across the state, but I know we don't want to mandate or force. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't believe we have statutory authority to require those entities to utilize our software or a single software.
Thank you for your presentation.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason.
Next, we have Board of Tax Appeal for the project.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Wheeler. I'm Chair of the Board of Tax Appeals, and with me I have Gabe Bullard. He is the IT manager for the board. I have had the pleasure of speaking to some of you before in your committees or otherwise, and this may sound familiar to some of you who have had the opportunity to listen to me speak about this in terms of the budget process as we were initially obtaining funding for this project, seeking funding for it. Mr. Bullard is going to come up here and in his capacity as the tech guru of the agency, talk to you a little bit about the project purpose and goals from the agency's perspective and a little bit of the history of how we got here and what we are expecting this new enterprise case management system to do. And then I will come back and talk to you all a little bit about where we are going from here and anticipated timelines for completion of this project and concerns and what the agency is doing to mitigate risk. And we will endeavor to be brief. We have a lot of information on this, and those of you who have heard me speak know that brevity is not my strong suit. So, but we will endeavor to do that for you today. So with that, I will turn this over to Mr. Bullard.
Hello, thank you, committee. All hear me okay? The purpose of this project is for the VOTA Modernization Initiative. We have a defunct document management system. We are looking to replace with a modern enterprise content management system, which would reliably and efficiently access case-related documentation. Without it, existing business processes are negatively impacted. This system would also seamlessly integrate with our existing case management system and accommodate all existing business processes while introducing new functionality and providing a robust platform of tools and services to support the agency's strategic objectives. Some primary goals for this project are to enhance the access to case-related information currently stored in the legacy document management system. It's also to migrate the legacy data into the new enterprise content management system, ensuring data integrity. It'll also facilitate improved user experience with modern content management system features and collaboration offerings, maintaining support for existing processes, provide a publicly searchable database of agency decisions. The public portal should accept programmatic input based off of defined workflows. It should also deliver a modern, robust, no-code form workflow authoring publishing platform for agency use that supports can-pay payment portal integration, as well as custom data input. And it should also include an extensive records lifecycle management capabilities to ensure data handling and compliance requirements. From a historical point of view, we started this project. It's been kind of the tail end. It's been going for quite some time, but in 2022, we acquired funding to actually replace the system, as well as we acquired supplemental funding and Spark funding. And then in 2023, our system failed, which exacerbated the issue of getting it replaced. And then in 2024, we went ahead and proceeded with the official keto demand process. And that's all I have.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how are you using OITS for this project?
They have recently been involved as far as the keto demand process. They've come in with their project management capabilities, and so right now they're very involved in the process.
Okay, so is this going to be a platform that goes into the into our database through the cloud, or are you going to hold it within your agency as far as a database within the agency?
That's a good question. Now, the intent going into this in 2022 was to roll everything in. And this is really two different topics of discussion. But for this app, it was to roll everything in. And there are some dependencies where everything has to kind of live together to talk right. So at this time, that's not a decision that's been made.
Well, I think it should have been made a long time ago. That's the intent of our data center, is to have everything there so that we don't have these servers and these platforms strung out all throughout the agency. So I guess what I'm hearing, I'm understanding that you're not really working with OITS the way that we would like for you to work with OITS.
How are you hearing that? That's not what I said.
That's not your question to ask me. I want to know what are you doing with OITS? Okay.
I think that I can shed some further light on this. So the project that we're here to discuss right now is the Enterprise Content Management System, because that is the KETO reportable project. The history of this goes somewhat back to 2019 when the agency was slated to migrate into OITS. And that deals with the agency's aging infrastructure server systems. So that migration, like I said, has a long history. There were a lot of starts and stops. COVID happened in the interim. There was some changes in legislation. Those discussions are still ongoing. And in the meantime, our data management system did fail in 2023, as Mr. Bullard indicated. And that system was aged back in 2019 as well, when the original migration was slated to happen, which predated both myself and Mr. Bullard. It was recognized by OITS at that time that data management system was old, and there were issues with the migration as well because of that. But the contract with a pre-existing system that BOTA had arranged to install, again, predating me, fell through when that product was sold to another company that then refused to honor the existing contract, which threw us back to ground zero on finding a product. And it also threw us back to ground zero on finding funding, because all of a sudden that very inexpensive solution that we had contracted for was no longer available, and everything was much more expensive that we could go onto the market and buy. So enter me in 2021 is when I joined the board and started seeking funding, first to get an IT individual with the board, Mr. Bullard, who we did not have IT support at that time. So that was step one, was to get in-house IT support to help us through these things. That was prior to SB 291. So, prior to the statewide integration efforts. So we got Mr. Bullard on board. Step two was to actively start seeking Spark funding, which we finally then obtained in 2023 to get the ball rolling on being able to purchase a product. And then step four of this then was to go through the KETO process, which we are now doing. And myself and our agency executive director, Jody Allen, actually sat down directly with Jeff Maxson and had a meeting regarding all of these ongoing IT projects and concerns within BOTA. And at Mr. Maxson's suggestion, OITS is acting as the project manager now for this enterprise content management system. And so the timeline and everything that we have done to this point to get the system in place, and the timeline that has been established for implementing it, is directly with the OITS project management team. We meet with them weekly. And when I say I meet with them weekly. We have a weekly standing meeting. Mr. Bullard is talking to them multiple times a week about various aspects of this system and integrating with our existing business processes. So we have done, and Mr. Wong has been very involved in this process as well. We have had detailed discussions about the agency's business processes, the existing case management system. We are working on, well, just to go very briefly through the timeline, we have documented existing what are called user stories and workflows. Those are finished at this point. Our technical requirements are expected to be done by September 20th. We'll then prepare future user stories, which is how we would like the system to work. That's our wish list. We'll determine whether the project needs to be resubmitted to KETO. We'll finalize those user stories with a goal date of 9/27. Then OITS will help us research vendor options with a decision to be made on potential vendors by October 4th, with the idea that a contract will be in place by November 8th. and a purchase order executed by December 20th. And if that all seems like that is happening on an extremely accelerated timeline, it is because it is. And that leads me to the agency's primary concern with this is that our grant funds through Spark have to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. So not spent, but allocated. And so we are very cognizant of that deadline. OITS and their project management team are very cognizant of that deadline. That is why that timeline has been established. So we are looking for vendors on an approved state contract. That is why Mr. Wong is involved as the state architect, because at Mr. Maxon's suggestion, OITS is aware of programs that other agencies might be using that might be available to us, or even other sources of funding that may be available to us for ongoing support costs. So in terms of working closely with OITS, we are actually working very, very closely with OITS. And in fact, at this point, I would say OITS is effectively driving this project, and we are involved just from the standpoint of kind of telling them how we need this system to function.
All right, thank you. If I could have Mr. Wong come up. Alex, could you maybe elaborate a little bit where we are on this project and maybe where OITS is?
Yeah, so let me also try to paint the picture a little bit from a technology perspective. So Board of Tax Appeal currently runs their application on premise. So they have hosted their own servers and their hardware locally and supported with their own functions. So those infrastructure have multiple functions, right? They are not just for one single function. Those infrastructure are responsible for authentication, DHCP, network control, database, application itself, web server. So you can see that there are multiple functions that is running on the same set of architecture from a hardware perspective. This project specifically, the enterprise content management, is one of those applications that runs on that platform. In addition to that, the case management system that Christine has mentioned earlier is also running on the same platform. And there's also other functions that I've mentioned. When OITS comes in, when Jeff has the meeting with the agency, one of the goals that we're looking for is to, as the committee already discussed some of this, platforming, right? We're trying to consolidate some of the offerings that OITS already offered and assist the agency to utilize the services that we already provide. So that becomes our first approach, is looking to dissect all the different functions that all this hardware are providing and look for whether there's any solutions that we can already provide directly from OITS, and then figure out the ones that might not, such as the enterprise content management and the case management system, which OITS does not directly provide as a service, and help them identify something, hopefully commercial off the shelf, as Senator Tyson mentioned earlier, that can provide some of these functions. But right now, we are still at the stage, I think earlier, Representative Hoffman, you mentioned about have we made that decision, right? That decision about whether we should be continue the way that we provide the service today or not. From my perspective, from OITS perspective, we've been pushing that decision to be not. I think right now we're still in this back and forth stage with the agency to enforce that and hopefully come up with a solution that we can both agree to move forward. There are timing concerns, as you have heard. There are funding concerns that you have heard. We're trying to put that aside at this point, really focus on the requirements and the function first, and then bring the other factors back in as we continued. So that is where we are at the moment.
Okay, so when it's all said and done, will it be on the in the data center, or will they have their own server?
The ideal situation is if we find commercial off-the-shelf solution that will be with the vendor, right? So that will be a hybrid approach. Some of the things will be with the vendor. Some of the stuff that cannot be, say, individual functions that have to be provided directly locally, that will be the Unisys data center that we currently use today. And there could still be some that is OITS provide already directly, say like user authentication that kind of stuff. We all have email and Office 365. So some of those things could be already existing solution that we provide. So hopefully a combination of those is going to satisfy the needs from the agency.
Okay, so so you feel satisfied that we're going on the right track with OITS and BOTA working together?
At the moment, we are still working towards that. I would not comment on the satisfaction level.
Okay.
As we still continue to flush out the requirements and try to provide solutions that we feel is best for the agency. And we are still working through that at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Thank you.
Just one more comment. I would hope that you would work with OITS and let them help you as much as possible. That's what they're there for, is to help the small agencies. And we don't need these agencies to create their own fiefdom or whatever. Work with OITS and to get the best. So going forward, we don't have issues that might happen if we're not. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pittman.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. The representative brings up some good points. I think that we're moving along a path, and we have to be a little cautious that we haven't figured out all the architecture yet. We only, within the last couple of years, brought in an architect for the administration, and I think that our goal here is to make sure that we consolidate these things. I don't think you're trying. I think fiefdom is a pretty hard word to put on this. They're trying to get the best functionality, and they've struggled for 4 or 5 years, it sounds like, with different setbacks. But, we do have a caution that when you go with a particular content management system, it might be different than everybody else's. And so we're looking at some standardization and some state consolidation on these things that we might be able to leverage this. Understanding, though, that you've got to make decisions now. You got to get that content out there for your business folks out there, as well as you've got federal funding that will disappear. But I hear what Mr. Wong is saying. Hey, they're working with you as much as possible. I appreciate you working with them. We do, over the next 5 years, though, want to see what we can do in terms of take that enterprise content management system, I think, and see what we can do across other agencies. And I think that's really where my interpretation would go. And maybe that's a little separate from my fellow representative, but I appreciate the work you're doing here, so thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One size does not fit all, especially in information technology. And I appreciate what they're doing, their due diligence. And I know that Chairman Wheeler has been, and staff have been very meticulous in finding something that fits your requirements, plus stays within scope of the intent. But I think that it's such an important system that if you do have to deviate from a vendor that is on the approved list, I would wholeheartedly support that because of the unique situation of what the Board of Tax Appeals does. And so I appreciate you guys and your work, and I want to thank you very much. I know you've been diligent, and I know you have been working with OITS, and there have been some bottlenecks. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I noted your timeline correctly, it looks like you're wrapping up future stories or user requirements by like the 27th of September, and then you've got vendor selection by the 4th, which is a week later. So is that the beginning of vendor selection, or is that actually concluding vendor selection a week after requirements are done?
That's the timeline that was set up in project management discussions was that vendor, I think that was the deadline for vendor selection to be completed, but I could be wrong about that, so I will certainly double check and get you confirmation. It was a very quick turnaround on that, but I think that timeline was also built to give us a little bit of flexibility to not, if we didn't meet one of those dates specifically, we wouldn't sink the entire goal to be complete by the time that we need to have money encumbered. But you're correct in that whether that's the beginning date or the end date, that is a very quick turnaround.
And is it thought there'd be an RFP or RFQ, or how would that vendor selection process take place?
We have, at various points in time, so both recently and in the past, had multiple discussions with procurement in the Department of Administration, as well as with Mr. Maxon and Mr. Wong. And at this point, because of the timeline, I think that what we've established basically forgoes the possibility of an RFP. Kelly O'Brien, I believe in procurement, was comfortable that we could also find a solution, and he also works very closely with Mr. Wong. And so all of the interested parties or the stakeholders in this, we have all been included in this discussion and are comfortable with this path forward.
Eddie? Thank you very much. I encourage you to continue working with Hoyt.
Mr. Chair, could I just respond briefly to Representative Hoffman and Senator Pittman's concerns?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Representative Hoffman and Senator Pittman, I certainly understand your concerns and the committee's concerns about creating a broader, more holistic effort here with the state OITS. And certainly our desire is to have a productive working relationship with OITS. We have for many years on various levels had a productive, good working relationship with them. And we are working very closely with them specifically on this project. We have done our best to pivot, because when we started this project, the landscape of state IT was different than what it looks now. And we have done our best to pivot with the passage of SB 291 and to work with OITS in the spirit of that and the overall state infrastructure. And we are also trying to be mindful of getting a solution that works for the agency and not waiting longer to get something in place, both in terms of funding and in terms of agency operation, where we have been operating without this kind of system. And we are, my staff is really doing that admirably right now, but there are a lot of efficiencies that we're losing on a daily basis with not having something in place. And so we're trying to be mindful of both the agency's needs and the overall state architecture plan. And I appreciate your concerns, and we will take them to heart. Thank you.
Next agency is Kansas Highway Patrol.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tom Mai. I'm the Chief Information Officer with the Kansas Highway Patrol. The South Haven Way Station project we aim to enhance the technology with monitoring enforcement for commercial vehicles at that particular location. The project duration was originally scheduled to finish in July 15th of 2024 with the estimated cost of $533,000. Project funding was 100% provided by federal grants and the UCR grant. The scope of the project is to enhance the technology down at that way station. So the South Haven Way Station is 2 miles north of the Oklahoma border on the I-35 corridor. We'll be installing cameras that will help with inspections for the motor carrier vehicles that pass through. What it does is it looks at the tires for abnormalities, including under pressure, over pressure, and tread depth. It could also scan the US DOT registration to see if that truck is licensed to be in the state of Kansas. On average, we have over 600,000 commercial motor vehicles pass through this way station every year. The current method is the motor carrier vehicle inspector. The trucks pull off to the side and they weigh on a scale, and then they have to make a determination at that point if they're going to do a further inspection on that truck. So this is going to allow to utilize the technology to make better decisions on which vehicles to inspect and to let maybe less minor minor issues passed through. This is a ramp-based project, so we're going to extend the off-ramp for the weigh station. And as the trucks come on, that's where they'll be scanned with the cameras and a scale. It also takes a picture of the driver to look for distracted driving or if they're wearing their seatbelt and issues like that. And it transmits all this information up to the weigh station where the inspectors can see this before the truck even arrives at their scale so that they know that ahead of time that they probably should select this certain truck over another for further inspection. It's also, let's see, we got tread depth. I'm sorry. It also looks at, it's very good at detecting the inside tires of the tractor trailers as well. With visual inspections, it's hard to see those inside tires for abnormalities. It should be noted that all the violations that the system picks up on still have to be manually verified by an inspector. It's not just an automatic citation if they are detected. The original project start date was supposed to be, well, when we presented to Keto was 8/24 of 2023 with a closeout date of mid-July of this year. Because of delays in the bid process and some of KTA requirements, we were not able to actually sign that contract with the vendor until 7/23 of this year. So we have not broken ground yet. It should also be noted that KTA does have a moratorium on construction right now, so we're not going to be able to begin the project until March of next year. So the project, it is completely funded. The money's been encumbered, but we cannot start the project until March of next year. KHP has already been meeting with the vendor and KTA with a biweekly meeting and had the original walkthrough here just last week. The original project cost was estimated to be at $528,000. The final project cost came in at $20,000 more at $548,000. Again, this is 85% covered by federal grants and 15% covered by UCR funds. So this is no cost to the agency at this point. And it should also be noted that the first 5 years of maintenance are covered in the project, as well as all the training. Project risks, essentially, there aren't a lot on the agency itself. Everything falls on the vendor is a package deal. They do everything from, running the new fiber line from the cameras down to the weigh station. They provide the training. They're handling all of that. The only thing that could really set us back potentially is if they were to happen to cut any kind of utility line in the air or anything that the vendor would be responsible for. And any weather delays that might push us by a few days. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
This won't affect the pre-pass system, will it?
No, sir.
Thank you. Committee for the questions, Senator Pittman.
Yeah, is this the first time we've put this type of system into the state of Kansas? And is there a plan to put it in other kind of areas? I mean, I'm just curious about that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is the first one. This is for the northbound traffic coming out of Oklahoma. And then the plan is to apply for more federal funding in future years to distribute them throughout the state.
And just from your perspective, I know it helps enforcement of commercial codes. Is there any other kind of benefit other than, I mean, I hate to say it, but are we making money off of all these citations? Is it just about the safety of these trucks? Are we looking for some other kind of, is this just about this? Are other states doing this as well in the area that we're connected to? So
yes, yeah, we're actually a little bit behind in this field. It is definitely not a money maker for us. It is specifically geared towards safety. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to tell you that this man was really trained in the city of Hayes, by the city of Hayes. And it's nice to see you. So I appreciate your coming and having the information that you have. So Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have someone here from the city of Roundabout.
That's right. That's right.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
All right, committee, we just finished the first section, which is all the new demands. And now this is a new section that we have put together based on the feedback from the chair and the vice chair, is to also present some of the projects that did not break this keto threshold, meaning that after they went through the business evaluation process, they are determined not to be keto projects, but they're very close. So we wanted to also present those projects to the committee, so the committee can take a look and see if there's any questions on those. This is the intention for definitely for visibility and transparency for the committees. So without further ado, KBI is the first one.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Mapes, and I am the new CIO of the KBI. I started in April 27th of this year. So, thank you. Currently, the KBI, I'm going to be presenting about the Microsoft 365 implementation project. Currently, the KBI is utilizing the Microsoft Exchange 2019 server for email communications, 2016 Office applications, and 2016 Skype for Business, all of which become end of life and end of support on October of 2025. The execution of this project presents a strategic opportunity for us to organize for our organization to enhance collaboration, productivity, and security across our workforce. By transitioning to a cloud-based solution, we aim to leverage the latest features and capabilities offered by Microsoft 365 to streamline communication, improve scalability, and ensure robust data protection. This also gives us the ability to collaborate more efficiently with all of the other state agencies that are already on Microsoft 365. This project is currently in the planning phase and is targeted to we are starting now, 7/15 of 24. We're targeting to be done in a year of July of 25. Although Microsoft has vast offerings, we are strictly focused on the scope of replacing the end-of-life solutions at this point. There are definitely improvement projects that will be identified along the way, and those will be put to the side for us to have a strategic impact look at those later and develop those as later projects. The project cost that we have slated on the slide is an actual 3-year operational cost. We have a current operational spend of $146,121 for our annual licensing. The product. As we discussed, or as Alex mentioned, this was a project that did not quite meet the threshold to be keto reportable. However, it was high. In reviewing the business risk assessment that was taken, the high-risk areas are really about our restricted data that could be flowing through this email system because of the nature of our public safety, ks.gov and CGIS. So that's really, I think, the biggest part of that. The other piece was just a system security risk in the sense that we are passing that restricted data through. So what questions do you have?
Senator Pittman.
So how do you, I mean, you have a plan for how, it's a KBI, obviously we're dealing with investigations. It's not inside of the ks.gov system. You definitely have a plan to keep this secure in some fashion or form is what I'd ask.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Something over and above what we would normally have inside of a normal kind of business process.
And that was the level of risk that I identified when we looked at this business risk assessment, is that we already have a heightened level of security. And so determining the ways that we're going to be utilizing multi-factor authentication through Microsoft 365, in addition to the current multi-factor authentication that we have for ks.gov. Those are all touch points that we have to integrate and make sure they're working well. That along with a lot of our anti-malware, phishing software, that type of thing that we're doing as well.
Representative Watts here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, and forgive me if I'm ignorant of how this all works, but it seemed to me that one of the points of getting all three branches together was to avoid purchasing new licenses for things that OITS actually has. So maybe are you getting your own license for 365, or are you working with the information office so that you can utilize theirs?
So we actually are working with Alex, and we are using theirs. However, we will have our own tenant. So the licensing is still in the cost structure. The number of licenses that we purchase actually fall out of our state bucket in general from OITS. However, we're paying for them separately. We have our own.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation and welcome. This may be for OITS, but I'm looking at the quarterly report and I don't see it included. This KBI Microsoft 365 implementation.
Senator Tyson, because this is not specifically Keto project, that's why they are not listed in the report. We only listed Keto project in the reports, and that's why you don't see any of this project listed at the moment.
I don't know if it'd be good to add these or not, since we are getting an overview on them. But I would also, Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything on the agenda going to be talked about the automated biometric system that you inherited. So are we going to get an update on that today? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Once again, these are projects that didn't fall underneath Keto, but we thought we might want to have in case you have further questions they want to ask an agency to come forward. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much. Oh, did you have a question, Representative Turner?
Go ahead.
A quick question. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I looked up end of life for Exchange 19 is October of 25. When any idea on the life of the 365? Is that just out, or
so
does that look like?
So 365 is a subscription service through Microsoft, and there is currently no end of life.
Thank you.
I would say that.
No announced end of life.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the next project that the KBI has that met this criteria of right under the threshold of being Keto reportable is our master data management project. And that project is, we're actually preparing to seek vendors to implement a master data management and data analytics software tool or tools for the Information Services Division as a foundational component to a larger data KBI sharing and analytics strategy. The project is estimated to take a year for the initial data sets for the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System and the Automated Biometric Information System information to be included. The project is being funded by grant dollars. However, the final budget of the project has not been set. The project will have a dedicated project manager. Like I said, the duration of the project, we're looking at completing that by August of 25. And the pieces that are in scope to this are those two specific data sets, although this is a foundational component to what we would put into the KBI so that we can integrate a lot of our data systems through this master data management solution. Then be able to draw good data and analytics from all the information that's housed in our systems. The reason that I believe this particular project scored high on the risk scale is that it's a reputational risk. We want to make sure that when we implement this project, that the data is clean, the data is accurate, because this is data that would be reported out publicly. Operationally, it's not that much of an impact because it's layering on top of what our existing operations are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if you could further explain, it says that this must be included based upon the funding source requirements for KBORs or KBARs. So could you elaborate on that a little bit more? Is that a funding requirement? I mean, a federal requirement?
So the grant funding that is producing the dollars for this, or that will pay for this, is underneath the KBRS grant that we received to do our KBRS rebuild.
Okay, so the KBRS required it in order for you to get, is it federal money?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this project says it's a $3 million project funding. So why wouldn't it be under CEDA?
So I can explain that. There's actually two sections to the grant money. There's a section of 1.5 million declared for the master data management implementation side of it, and then there's another 1.5 for the analytics piece of that. So under the business risk assessment rules, you know, we completed the scenario through the CARS implementation process, or through the CARS demand process. And I don't believe that the cost is necessarily a factor of that, but I would let Alex speak to that a little more. But that's typically, I think that, as I understand it, that's why that did not reach a reportable.
Mr. Chairman, that's some of the concerns and what we were trying to address by changing the system, the reporting requirements. It just seems like a system of this magnitude should be on the reported list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alex, did you want to address the risk management scores?
Okay. So I'm not going to go back to all the questions that we've listed. I think the committee have already heard about how we come up with those scores. Some of those are quantitative, some of those are more subjective and less objective, say like the impact to the agency mission, right? Things like that. We relied on the agency to provide the questions to provide the answers to the question that is asked. So one of the other side of this is also we're no longer just looking at the cost of the project to determine whether it is a high impact or low impact to the state. And so you will see project that is like maybe even over 5 million, but they are like networking gear that is doing replacement of the regular switches and routers that might no longer be in projects like this. But on the flip side, you will also see, like earlier, Board of Tax Appeal, their project is 233,000, which is much lower than our previous threshold of 250,000, but they are determined to be HIDA reportable because the changes that they brought from this system is significant and can completely change how the agency performs and operates. And so there's two sides of the story, but from this perspective, I think this is why we bring these projects to this section. Right? So it's subjected to comments like those, and if needed, Executive Branch CETO, Jeff Maxson, still have the authority to make changes as needed. So that's just something that we have to work through the process and get the feedback from the committee as well.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
All right. So next project, cases.
Lynn Ritz with the Kansas Corporation Commission. I also have Ryan Hoffman, our Conservation Division Director, with me. This is our risk-based data management system. We call it RBDMS. This project will upgrade our current RBDMS that tracks wells, both oil and gas, operator licensing, compliance and results, inspections, and data for other regulatory oversight. Project duration is July 1 of this year through December 31st of 2025. Project cost is approximately $675,000 with fee funding. The scope of this project is to replace the current functionality of RBDMS with a web-based solution. We went through the risk analysis, looking at operational, financial, security, and compliance factors. The biggest area of concern for us is, in fact, the operational area, as RBDMS is an access database that is currently on a 2017 platform. We are locked in at 2017 for functionality purposes. As you can imagine, that is becoming more and more cumbersome. It is making it more difficult to interface with other applications. We just did our migration to Office 365, and Conservation Division had to stay on the 32-bit implementation versus 64-bit implementation because of the RBDMS system. So upgrading this system to a web-based application is in fact critical as we move forward with implementation of other agency-wide applications and in working with OITS across various applications. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next project is from the Attorney General Office, AG Office.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Joan Proctor, and I'm the VINE Coordinator with the Office of Attorney General, the Victim Services Division. I am here presenting on the Victim Notification Service project. This project's intent is either to maintain and enhance or replace the current automated victim notification system known as VINE. This is a system that's been in place or began implementation in 2015. So our current contract on that system is due to expire the end of September of this year. This is a service that provides automated notification to victims of crime and the general public about offenders that are held in county jail facilities across our state. It does not include our prison facilities, juvenile offenders, so it is specific only to adult offenders. This is a system that has been operated as a software service by a vendor for that purpose. The data systems that are connected in our jail systems, that is the data that is transferred to the incarceration database. That incarceration database is also utilized by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Division of Healthcare Finance for Medicaid purposes. That is part of their ability to review who might be in jails and when they enter into the jail facility and then when they leave, and that assists them in their utilization of Medicaid dollars and services. And so as we submitted this project through the CARS assessment process, we have since been working with the Office of Procurement and Contracts and have determined that the RFP as submitted, that we needed to make some revisions to that. So we are currently in that process of combining both the scope of the Office of Attorney General's Victim Notification Service system and the Department of Health and Environment's Division of Healthcare Finance, their incarceration solutions system. Again, as our original RFP, that was set up and structured as such that as our process would move forward, we would select that vendor, and then that vendor then would be required to contract with the Department of Health and Environment. We have since pivoted on that, and we are going to combine those scopes to focus on the vendor that can provide that directly. And as most of you are aware, the Office of Attorney General sought state general funds for our portion of funding this service. Throughout the more recent years in the current contract, the Department of Health and Environment has been funding the automated notification part of that, in addition to what they fund in the Medicaid part of that. We have learned from our partner with Department of Health and Environment that the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, their federal oversight, determined that they could no longer provide for that VINE service. It was not a Medicaid-specific service. And so that is why the Office of Attorney General sought the legislature's support in funding, and we really appreciate that. We hear from many victims of crime across the state, as well as criminal justice professionals, how critical this service is for safety and how it is used by many across our state in their situations that are often very challenging and where safety is a significant concern. So this is funded and will be funded by both the Office of Attorney General and the Department of Health and Environment. We anticipate that our combined RFP will be again submitted through the CARS process. And we will be looking to see if we're presenting to you as a reportable project or one that is just under that threshold. The business risk for this, again, I can speak to at least the value of the service, and that very much so we understand that that would increase incredibly the risk to victims of crime if this service was not available. Any questions that I might respond to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to remember, was that 500,000 or 600,000? What did we give to the Attorney General for that
I believe that that was at a 300,000.
300, okay. So, yeah, okay, so it's 300,000. So that was just for, that's not for this.
Correct.
That was for the implementation of it, or the ongoing costs, right?
My understanding was that was for the continuance and the finalization of this current contract from July through. And so the implementation that we're looking at would be beyond October 1st.
So are you anticipating the new system will the yearly cost will be about the same or less?
It possibly could be higher. What we're trying to look at is what that cost might be through the RFP process. What I also want to share is that the current contract has been extended for 1 year. Our partners have worked together with the current vendor, and that has been extended for 1 year, with the possibility that if we are able to go through the RFP process, determine a vendor, and move that contract through its process, then we can end that extension and move forward with the new project.
Okay. And so the 300,000, KDHE is still paying part of it. The 300,000 was just the part that they said that did not fit within CMS's guidelines.
That is the part that the Office of Attorney General will be responsible for. And October 1, the Office of Attorney General will be entering into a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Health and Environment for payment of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Obviously, it's a very valuable system. We need to have it. We need to modernize it. One of the things that we heard about on the Unemployment Oversight Committee is the need to have up-to-date information about when people are incarcerated so that they aren't getting benefits as well. You know, during the things that happened, sometimes that might have happened and it was a big mistake. And why that would have happened is because an old system wasn't talking to a new system, as you can anticipate. So when we talk about this system, there's that system, and there's probably one in the Department of Commerce that also talks about people coming off of the incarceration and probably involved in some work programs. I'm going to encourage you folks to reach out to folks on the architecture side. I know it's not in your purview, but to attempt to work with others that are also using this information to see if there might be ways to work with data access or shares or commonalities, as well as with Mr. Wong. So thank you.
And just to share, and you might know the history on this, this originally started out with the Department of Labor. And so we were, yeah, that was a challenging time then when COVID and all the other things occurred. But yes, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Two more projects to go. Both of them is from KDHE.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Hello again. My name is Bob Doan, KDHE CIO. I'm going to talk to you about the KDHE State Revolving Fund for Bureau of Water. The Kansas State Revolving Fund programs are loan programs administered by the state for municipal drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funds these. The Bureau of Water oversees two state revolving funds which finance drinking water and wastewater infrastructure projects. Currently, data for applications, loan agreements, and project milestones are stored in Microsoft Access databases managed by the Bureau of Water. The Department of Administration handles the accounting data for these programs using Excel spreadsheets. Due to security and scalability constraints, Microsoft Excel and Microsoft Access are not optimal for this solution. Project duration is January 13th, 2025 to May 13th, 2026. The estimated cost to license, configure, and migrate existing SRF processes to the new vendor application would roughly be about $500,000. Annual hosting and maintenance costs are estimated to be around $60,000. The scope of the project, the application will enable loan recipients to apply, review, report, and receive loans. Additionally, it will allow the Bureau of Water to administer the loans from application to closeout for the recipients. The risk of not pursuing this application solution is that current SRF program will be less efficient, more susceptible to compliance violations, less scalable, and less secure. Potential recipients may not have SRF funds available when needed. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And a water issue without questions.
Next project that I have for KDHE is the ePassR program. KDHE Division of Healthcare Finance, as the state Medicaid agency, in conjunction with partner agency Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, plans to implement a fully automated electronic pre-admission screening and resident review system through contracting a vendor to accomplish the following objectives. Bring the Kansas PASSAR program, known as the Client Assessment Referral and Evaluation Program, into compliance with Code of Federal Regulations 42483, Part C. Streamline the sharing of information with KDHE about PASSAR assessments for the purposes of Medicaid applications. Increase the efficiency and accuracy of processing assessments to eliminate aged assessments and improve data quality. The project initiation date is August 9th, 2023. The duration, excuse me, August 9th, 2023 to April 30th, 2025. The estimated costs are roughly $5 million to implement the solution and approximately $2 million annually for support. Costs to implement a solution are eligible for 90% funding from CMS. Operational post-implementation costs are eligible for 75% funding from CMS. A supplemental budget request has been submitted for the state portion of these costs. The solution should have a user-friendly workflow that satisfies all assessment criteria and allows for the electronic completion of assessments and automation of results. The requirements also call for integration with the Medicaid systems and compliance with state policies and federal regulations for security. Without an automated solution that contains data checks and workload management components, the project cannot be achieved. The risk of not achieving the project goals is that Kansas can be placed on a corrective action plan by CMS, which could impact our ability to obtain enhanced funding for Medicaid systems. Enhanced funding accounts for approximately $101 million annually in the Medicaid budget. I will stand for questions.
Any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm going to test the revisers a little bit, and I don't remember where we're at on statute on this. But I do remember a few years ago, there used to be concern about data sharing across departments and agencies. And I just want to see where we're at on that, on statute. And how these systems will be impacted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll look into it. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have just went through all the new projects, both keto reportable and right below the threshold. And now we are going to start talking about active projects. Active projects are the ones that have went through RFP, they have selected the vendor, and they're now actively in execution. And sorry?
Hold for just a second.
Sure.
There's any Hawkins trying to call in. While we get this break here before we go to active projects, committee on these projects that were close, like the KBI master data agreement, with everybody's concerned about ABIS and Kybers, we could ask Jeff to make that a reportable or to look into it if we wanted to, or to at least get updates on that. Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also ask that we add the KDHE care, the last one that he presented, to that. It's a $5 million. And if you go back in history, they've spent millions of dollars on this task. And here we're looking at another $5 million. So I would ask that it be also.
Committee's wishes that we make the request on those two. Looks like we're getting a lot of agreement. We'll ask Jeff to look into those, see about putting them into keto or either keeping us updated.
Noted. Jeff, can you also help me note those action items as well? Thank you. Are we ready? All right, so tracking 29 active projects that is ongoing at the moment, 25 executive branch, 3 from regions, and 1 for legislative branch. Those are the status currently with those active projects, with 12 good status. Some of those we're still using the old infrastructure project. They are still ongoing, so they are not dropped off from the list yet, but eventually when it goes past, we will not see any specific infrastructure project. They will just be the status of the project. We have 7 alert projects, 3 caution, and 4 recasts. And for today, we will go through all the new active project, and we will also go through all 7 alert projects for the committee. So let's start with the 2 new projects. First, the Capers project is the one that I mentioned earlier, that they actually becomes new project back in December of last year, and then already went through the RFP process and start to become active projects. And so we will have representative from KPERS to talk about that project. Second project is KDOT Transportation, and their representative is not available to present. So because the project is also finished already, so I will give an update on behalf of the agency. So the KDOT project in this one is the, they call it the Dense Wavelength Division Multiplexing Project. So basically it's the communication backbone between the highway, where you will see traffic information that go across the board of the highway. So this one is to expand the communication backbone along the US 169 corridor between Garnett and Lenexa. And the scope of the project includes installing new switches, routers, and configuring those new equipments between Garnett and Lenexa. And that project has been completed without any changes in timeline or cost. So they're under budget, they're actually way above budget, but then they actually finished early. Initially, they put in some buffer for weather delays. So you can see the initial project duration was ended at January 29th of 2025, but then it actually finished the last month in July of 2024. So no variance of the duration or cost, and they complete the project since. Any questions I can help answer for this project?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This wasn't in the original concept for all the work that they're doing on 169 over there, you follow, to put in the toll. It sounds like you're talking about that same stretch of roadway where they're putting in the toll lanes. It's a massive project over there. I just wonder, this wasn't in the original concept?
I do not know the answer to that, but I can ask the agency to provide an answer for that.
Yeah, I'd just be curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Pittman.
When you ask the agency, can you ask why it came out of state general funds and not the transportation funds?
Okay.
Just so we have an understanding of that. Thanks.
Any further questions? Seeing none.
All right, and next project is the KPERS project. So, Alan.
Welcome back to committee, Alan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Glad to be here. I should probably admit up front that you're seeing the second string from KPERS here as I stand before you. Our Chief Information Technology Officer, John Cahill, is in Wichita at the hospital celebrating the arrival of a new grandson today. And so he couldn't understandably, couldn't be here today. But I do have Susan Hancock, our Chief Project Manager there in the pink, that will help if you have any hard questions for me. And today, of course, just touching on base on this rather large pension administration system. You heard about it last fall, and just to refresh your memory, the pension administration system is our IT system really that touches all of our members, all of our employers. It tracks all of the contributions from the employer, all the contributions from the employee, all the service credit, all the retirement benefits. So it's the comprehensive system that we need to do our business to serve our members. This project, our current system has been in place over 15 years. And as you'll see here, we think the new project will take us almost 5 years to complete. And so this means our current system will be roughly 20 years old at the end of the completion of this project. And the current system's still getting those important monthly retirement benefit checks out. Certainly some challenges, though, to keep it going. And so we're just I guess it's become less stable as we move forward. As I mentioned, this is a big project, so we're talking roughly 5 years from start to finish. And so not only is it the scope of the project, not only is it the pension administration system, but it's also the employer web portal and the member web portal as well. In terms of the cost, you can see the estimated cost is right at $75 million, big number, all coming out of the trust fund. We hope this system will also last at least in that 15-year time range, and certainly would do our best to keep it current as we go forward. In terms of variation, we're going to actually kick off the project in November. So I'm glad to stand before you and tell you we're not over budget and we're not behind schedule. We haven't quite started yet, but we will here in just a few days, a couple months. So anyway, hopefully that type of reporting will continue as we come back periodically and share that share the status with you as appropriate and as we should. You know, just in terms of the risk and mitigations, we've certainly kept an eye on the business staffing level. I think certainly is one of the risks. Just some of my experience in state government, sometimes on these big IT projects, sometimes agencies struggle to have people really almost work full-time on a major IT project while still expecting them to work full-time and do their day-to-day jobs. And so we're trying to have the right mix of staff there so the people that are dedicated to the success of the project will do that. And then we're backfilling where appropriate on that, just to make sure that the day-to-day business still goes forward. In terms of risk, another one is of course our legacy data. And we're going right now, we have been going through data cleansing and our master data model to make sure, particularly as we really kick the project off, that we send over good data. And so it's in order, it's in the right format, but it's current and it's correct. Certainly in any big project like this, there's a risk on communications, not only again with those. We have 1,500 employers, 330,000 members. Of course, certainly keep those different people informed about the communication plan, what's going on, and manage that communication. There's certainly a risk, I think, on the comprehensive training plan. Again, those 1,500 employers, really all these cities, counties, school districts, other local units. Their HR staff are really our first responders. So they're the ones that are entering in the data into our system. So we got to make sure they understand and embrace the new system. And so certainly we'll be focusing on training. And then I think maybe the last risk I might touch on, just to make sure our business process documentation and our standard operating procedures on the current system is in great shape and up to date, so that can transition then as we move into the new system. So some risks there, as probably with any big project, the business staffing, the legacy data, communication, training, and the procedure documentation. I think we're in good shape to address those, but I think. Again, big project. We're on the edge. Off we go here, and we'll certainly keep you informed as we proceed.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is this an off-the-shelf product or custom development?
It is not it starts as an off-the-shelf product. It's software as a service. From the vendor, and part of it is the customization because of all the statutory requirements. So CAPERS 2, CAPERS 3, DROP, the Deferred Retirement Option Program, the Working After Retirement, all of those modifications, then that framework might be there for some version of that. But then, of course, to make that software system match exactly our statutory requirements, that's where the customization comes in.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, are we switching vendors then? I noticed you have a vendor list.
Yes, we are. We're going to Tegrit, a firm out of Michigan that specializes in pension administration systems. Of course, we went through the RFP process and thought they were a good fit to make this project successful.
And thank you, Alan. I know you work hard and appreciate your work. 74 million gets anybody's attention. Okay. It reminds me of a system that was done a few years ago by the Department of, well, I won't say what department, but it was over a $50 million project that went awry. So it definitely has our attention. But one of my concerns is, and you know that I've been working to create another layer, another option modeled after the federal retirement system that would benefit all Kansans. And so what would we be looking at for a cost if we did, were able to pass that legislation?
Right. Thank you, Senator. Great question. You're right. So if this new plan design comes, and of course, then depending on the ultimate, how it may all turn out, but certainly there were some people that could remain in the current plan. New people would go into the new plan design. People would have the option to maybe move from the current over to the new. But there would be, I suppose, some certain level of people that would remain under the current structure. So we need this plan to continue to serve those needs. And then over time, of course, if that new plan design's there, that system then would accommodate those as these people either left or retired.
And eventually we would get away from our own in-house maintenance of these systems if we were able to go to that type of system.
There'd be lots of potential there, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just curious on the flexibility. And one of the things that we ran into, obviously, on the unemployment system was when we had different things come in and the plans changed, had a hard time implementing those things. In this new build, will there be flexibility to accommodate different legislative things, such as if Capers 3 were to go away and we roll folks into Capers 2, if there were a COLA as an example, or any number of other kind of modifications? Is this system flexible so that we wouldn't have to invest another $2 million to make those changes?
The short answer is yes, and I think that's one of the things as we work with them and make that development to make sure it's, I don't know if flexible is the right term, but can accommodate updates, particularly, of course, legislative mandate updates. But the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that you mentioned the COLA, I just wondered, I'm not sure I remember correctly, but I think I needed to sign something that said that this is a fixed annuity. Is that correct for every Capers employee, that they have had to sign something acknowledging that their benefits would not increase?
That's right. Capers, well, 1, 2, and 3 is a defined benefit plan. So whatever the member receives when they retire, that's what they're guaranteed to receive for the rest of their life.
Okay. And then I have another question that kind of goes outside of that, and it might be answered better by Mr. Wong. Broadcom acquired VMware in November of 23, and the prices are including. Is the state considering going into a cloud-based data system, since I mean, in the last two people, we've been talking about all this data that's being backed up or held somewhere. What are the changes that are coming, or is there any consideration of that?
So I think there's a few different ways to answer that question. The first way, obviously, is with security and privacy, because that's the most important thing regard to any data that we collect from the citizen. Certainly, there are data classification that is federally regulated and state regulated, such as your HIPAA information medical information, PCI information, payment information, and others that is highly regulated. And those things will be more subjected to scrutiny when we go through a project like this. But then with other data set that may be less regulated, the thought process from the overall OITS perspective is to look at building a common data catalog. So for example, if you are applying for unemployment insurance and you have provided your information, the system, if you are using the same database at the back end, should have your address, should have your date of birth and other information that is already submitted in other channels. So we are looking for things that's more comprehensively across all state agency to see if we can build something in that regard, so that I think earlier we talked about data in exchange. Senator Pittman specifically mentioned about, like, if we know what other agency does, then it is one less things that we need to worry about manually changing for people that might have still receiving benefits if they're incarcerated. So examples like those are things that we are looking at a higher level.
Does it appear that, thank you, Mr. Chair, does it appear that that would be at a great cost savings for the state?
I don't think the cost is where, because you kind of mentioned earlier about the differences between storing on premise or storing in the cloud, bringing in the VMware example. Most of our data, if we are not purchasing a off-the-shelf solution, stores in our data center in Unisys. So that is our data center that we control directly. But then if we do work with vendors and store solutions with them, those federal regulations definitely kicks in. And we also have contract languages to make sure those are protected from that perspective as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was for Mr. Conroy. So on the 75 million, I'm just trying to understand how this gets paid for. In other committee assignments, we've talked about the trust fund, and I understood it to be kind of the bucket where benefits are paid out of. So where does this money come from? Is it out of that same bucket?
It is. It's a rather large bucket. It's about $28 billion right now. So half of it comes from investment earnings, roughly over time, and then about a little over a third comes from employer contributions, the state, school district, cities, and so forth. And then the balance then is employee contributions. So all of those contributions, investment earnings, all go into that big bucket, the trust fund, and then expenses to operate the system come out of that.
Yeah, as we've looked at those things in terms of the adequacy of the fund to meet its obligation stream going forward, that's always been a concern. And I don't remember ever talking about taking 75 million and paying this. So
right. And this is over five years, and that funded ratio, maybe I think assets to liabilities. We just got the latest valuation, and we're right about 75% funded. Of course, you want to be 100%. You want to at least get over 80%, so you can ride the ups and downs of the stock market. So that funded ratio has improved greatly since 2012. A lot of heavy lifting by the legislature and governors. And so we were at 56%. The whole system was. Schools, Caper School in 2012 was 49%. And really anything below 70%, anything below 70, the red lights are flashing, the sirens going off, and somebody better do something or pay some attention. So we've made some great progress there. You all have.
Yeah, which is why I was asking. I mean, this is one thing that kind of worked counter to keeping our eye on the ball we've talked about in that committee, and and not getting off track because we're trying to achieve that funding level goal. So since this is coming out of the trust fund, is it entirely within your Caper shop to greenlight this project and the size and all the rest?
The legislature, through the appropriation process, does set a cap on administrative expenses, so salaries and wages, travel, IT expenses, things like this. So this will be part of that annual expenditure limitation that the legislature sets that can come out of the trust fund to pay administrative costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a little bit off of IT a little bit, but how does the new legislative compensation, how's it going to affect our capers, I guess?
The short answer is, and the pay commission worked very diligently. The short answer is it will have no impact. We ran different scenarios for them, and I think it comes in from what legislators will receive starting in January versus the current pay system and options for legislators. I think it was like within maybe $1 a month difference. So they said that was close enough. No change, no impact on those legislators that have elected capers.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
All right, so we'll start with Department for Administration.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Frank Burnham. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Operations for the Kansas Department of Administration, and I'm here to update you on our Capitol Complex security upgrades. Background a little bit here. In 2021, the Department of Administration consulted with a national security firm, Burns & McDonnell, to do a full assessment of our Capitol Complex for both the electrical surveillance and also the physical security. As a result, we initiated this project because some of the issues brought on the electronic side was the access control system. That's your card badge that gets you in the garage and in the buildings. Was at end of life. It was a legacy software access control system. And the other portion of this was the video surveillance system, which was antiquated. We have lots of analog cameras that needed to be upgraded. We had very limited recording and searchability. And then just the fact that we did not have all the views that we wanted. So we worked based on their recommendation to implement a fully integrated system that rolled the surveillance and the card access systems into one system. That project process went through a request for qualifications through our procurement process. We developed a negotiating committee. I'll call it a three-legged stool. It was the Department of Administration, the Highway Patrol, and OITS. All were instrumental in developing the specifications and scope of work for that process. In the end, we hired American Digital Security, ADS. And as a result, they implemented, or are currently implementing, what's called the Avigilon platform, or a comprehensive system that replaces these old systems.
The original cost as reported in the Keto was 1.6 million. I can say today, to date, we're at 1.8 million under that existing contract with ADS. Would note this is 100% ARPA funding that was received for the security upgrades of the Capitol complex. Our original schedule was to begin in January of 23 and to conclude in January of 24. I will tell you we are still ongoing, and our anticipated completion date is now December of 2024, and I will go into more specifics as to why that is the case. As of right now, today, all of our buildings and our grounds, with exception of the State House, have been fully converted over to the new system. We are currently monitoring those systems through our central monitoring operations. And the State House is now ongoing and scheduled to wrap up this fall, but we went ahead and put in December of 24. Ultimately, we will be done before the start of the legislative session. Why this project went into alert status? First of all, initiating the RFQ, we did our best to try to put together a scope that we thought was comprehensive, that represented something that the vendors could respond to. Once the vendor was selected, we simply had to go through each building again with them. We had to work with our partners in the Highway Patrol. We had to make sure that we were going to do it the right way. We were going to do a comprehensive plan. We also had issues with supply chain issues. Again, we were coming out of a pandemic. We were fighting over a lot of the same components that a lot of other vendors are that are implementing similar projects. So our solution and our decision and action there was to ask our contractor to pivot to do a lot of the infrastructure, the wiring, the pulling of new fiber, anything they could do to get us stood up and ready when some of those end user devices could be installed. That also included training of our central monitoring Highway Patrol staff to make sure they were going to be ready on day one. In the end, we ended up starting with some of our other buildings, intentionally holding off on the State House to make sure we could work out all the kinks and bugs and be fully trained. So we implemented Curtis Building, and then we proceeded around the complex, holding on the State House. What that led to is, actually it's issue 3, but it was some blackout dates that we self-imposed as the Department of Administration on our contractor. We were simply not going to allow them to initiate the State House work during the legislative session. So we asked them to hold off on that, actually until the conclusion of the special session. They started the day after you guys left at work. A lot of that has to do with the infrastructure and just the availability of the areas that they needed to get in. We couldn't take that risk of being a disruption to that. Doesn't mean they weren't able to do other work. Again, we were able to ask them to pivot. We were asking them to work in other areas to refine some of the issues that we had for some of the new installs. And then the other major issue that led to the delay and some cost simply was because our system was more of a hand-built data system with multiple thousands of user groups, different hours, different cards, different buildings. That all had to be manually entered into this new system, which really brought up a real issue and a good justification for the system that we're going to now. And how do we do that in the future? How do we automatically onboard and offboard people into that system? So this new system will allow us to actually do those types of things. But that led to substantial delays in just that manual entry of that data and creating all those user groups. We did ask agencies to simplify those user groups to make that process a little bit more efficient. We also did add new cameras. We added more sophisticated cameras that weren't in the scope. So all this said, there was a combination of things. I take full responsibility for the decisions that were made to push the contractor back, to hold them off in specific areas, and to make sure we were going to do this the right way, and we were going to have a great system when this is done. After conclusion, this vendor will be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep. We will have exactly one person to call instead of 2 or 3 with the old system. So that will serve us for the next 3 to 5 years under that contract. That's the summary I have for you today. I stand for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So will this fix the gates, the wire gates?
The control piece, yes. The gates themselves, they're still an ongoing issue. I can't say with 100% certainty that the card is the reason. Sometimes that the gate's not working. It's something we're continuing to work on. It may include replacing those gates as well.
Yeah. And I'm talking about the wire gates that come up
Into the garage?
Yeah, into the garage.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know it's probably
Controller, yes, but I can't say that the mechanics of the
Yeah.
gate's not the issue.
I'm sure we must have got the lowest bidder on those. I'm not sure, but one of the issues that, and you're quite a ways through this, but did you look at the possibility of window stickers for us instead of card readers to get into the lower level?
You still have to have that prox card. This is a prox system, so there are ways to, I think, have additional devices. There's an app that can go on a phone for individuals where they can hold their phone up, but you still have to get in within close proximity for that to trigger that action, is my understanding. I don't believe a window sticker. I mean, I assume you're something like the K-tag or more of an electronic. I think we can look into that. I think the system will allow it. It's not currently in the scope.
Okay, it'd be something extra. And I can see why you'd still want the card because, you know, there's times that I'm not in the same vehicle that I normally am in, but it would just be something that would be maybe a little more convenient. And also it would make sure that if you are wanting to make sure that you have a listing of all the cars coming in, you have that because now you don't. I mean, I piggyback. I've done it. I did a lot, you know, and I know I'm a bad person, but you know, so that is something that if that card reader or if that window shield reader was in effect, even if the gate was already up and you're piggybacking, it would still read it. So just something to think about.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you for being so good about responding to all of my questions prior to this without thinking, God, I don't want to answer the phone. So thank you. I'll just start first. Thank you for better lighting in the garage. It's made a huge difference instead of trying to feel your way to your car. Have we worked on cell phone connectivity within the garages? Because there's, as you say, there are emergency phones, but they're all by the elevators. So if you are in an emergency over on the corner by Jackson and 8th, you may not make it to the emergency phone booth, phone calls. So I would like that to be a priority because that's basically what we all work with. You asked about the yard arm. The cards, I think the cards are great. We can update them as well. However, have you noticed that there are there are quite a few people who have been in the Capitol more than 10 years and longer, and I won't even name some of the people whose you can't even read their card. I don't even know how that's still. I mean, how if you want to know who's in the building and you're doing it by cards, I would think that you would also utilize a system of every 6 years you'd have to retake your picture because I think people can change a lot in a few years. Sometimes faster. What else did I want to ask you? I wanted to also ask if this is what you can do or we ask the Highway Patrol to do it. The lobbyists were specifically asking if they could have a different color name badge than anyone else in the building. And I know Tom Day's looking at me like, yeah, you already talked to me about that. But if they were able to go through security a little bit faster because they've already been vetted, we would like to see that easier for people who work here in the Capitol and are here every day. Is that reasonable or unreasonable? Or do I need to talk to more people and bug more people?
I can at least respond to 2 of those items. Okay. As far as the cards, we are, as part of this upgrade, improving and upgrading with the newest, latest card. Their SEOS cards are the most secure cards that you can purchase. We are going to implement those to all of our state employees in at least Shawnee County. That'll be a gradual rollout. We're also going to require that they have updated photos. My photo had hair in it when I had it. Thanks to God, it's kind of faded out now. But we are going to also put an issuance date on that and probably looking at a 4-year. So that you'll be required to go in and get a new photo and get a new badge. I know that'll be something pushed more by the executive branch, but we certainly would work with other branches as well in implementing that. To us, it's important that we're having the security, that we have a visual badge with an ID that our guards can recognize that that person should be in our building, so that they ask the right questions. So that is being looked at. I will say I've had conversations personally with KHP leadership about, we call it like a fast pass or something that we could work with Tom and their team to establish a process by which you don't have to go through the whole scanning process to allow those individuals to move through a little more rapidly while we can focus on people with bags and other stuff as part of that security. So I don't have the exact plan yet, but I can tell you those conversations have been happening. Hopefully we'll have something we can put forward here before the start of the session. So.
And just one more, just the general, when we talked about how difficult it would be, but the general security of the building, because you may know when I'm coming in, because I park my car, but you don't know if I've left and come back, or if we're letting other people in every single door. So I know that's been a concern of my committees, that my committee that really would like to see more of a, there's no way to lock down the building, as far as I can tell, effectively. Let's try it. So that's another issue that we're very concerned with. So.
And I don't want to go into many specifics in a public meeting setting, but the system we're putting in has lots of options, and there's a whole lot of things that can be done. That would be further conversations we would need to have with security.
That'd be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to make a comment? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe this goes into that follow-up as well. But you said you brought in Burns and Mack to do an assessment. You're in administration. Did they do a security assessment or just an assessment of the system?
They did a comprehensive security assessment of all of our facilities, including the grounds, points of entry, blind spots, camera surveillance, top to bottom. That's why we brought in a third party and they did a very nice job and a very comprehensive job. A lot of that drove the approval and the award of the ARPA money. So you will see multiple things. Some you'll see, some you won't. Some will be in place before you guys come back for session, where we are implementing a lot of those in addition to cameras and surveillance, but physical security things that are going to be popping up on campus that are in development now.
Okay, thanks. You know, the reason I asked that, I guess, is because it seems like we're replacing a like system with a like system, you know, going to a new and improved badge rather than, you know, like when I flew recently, they use facial recognition like TSA. You know, and it goes away, according to them, it goes away quickly. But I'm just saying, you know, but to Kyle's or Representative Hoffman's point, you know, going through the parking, you know, your facial recognition, of course, wouldn't change regardless of what vehicle and all the rest of things. You know, because sometimes we design systems, it seems that if people play by the rules and come through the front door, then we've got a way to stop them. But of course, they don't. You know, just like in the lower level parking, if I go in through the gate, then I have to present something to open the gate, but I can go the other way and there's nothing to stop me. Just go in the exit, right? So I don't know, just things like that always puzzle me, whether we're truly looking at a security or if we're just saying, well, we need to replace our badge system with a new badge system. But anyway, thank you.
Any further questions? See none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next up, DCF.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Tom Pagano, and I am the CIO for Department of Children and Families and KDADS. Here to talk to you about two projects today. The first is the CSS project, also known as the Child Support Services System Initiative. And this is a project that was actually started before I came on board in October 2023 and 2022, coming up on 2 years in October. And anyways, the initial timeline for the project was 28 months, and we are actually at 41 months at this point. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, the reasoning behind that. The nature of this project is basically to take a mainframe system and migrate that to a newer technology on the Microsoft platform. The original budget for this project was $11.7 million, and we are now at $12.7 million. As you can see, the funding sources are on this slide deck there. The vendor that we're using for this that was chosen through the RFP process is Conduent. There's a number of subcontractors that work under Conduent that we may or may not talk about today. When this project was initiated, it was, I think, a couple of months in. Like I said, it was before I started near 2 years ago. When this project was started, a couple of months into it, there was somewhat of a surprise that came out from the federal agency, OCSS, Office of Child Support Services, that required that the testing use de-identified data. And that caused a significant delay because we had to retool the team and retool in a number of ways to make that happen. That's what added that extra 7 months to the project. It also added additional cost, of course, to the tune of about $1 million. The last time I was here to talk about this, I was still relatively new, so I was explaining that we were in the midst of reconstituting and reformulating the project after getting through that initial delay. We've done that. We've taken a lot of time and care to look at the staffing, the underlying technologies, and so on. We've had 2 face-to-face meetings with Conduent and some of their subcontractors. And I think we've achieved we're at a good place at this point. We've achieved a new and improved plan, new project, some new project staffing, and additional resources. The other key piece here to keep in mind is that one of the subcontractors after the de-identification process was over and implemented and we're moving forward, one of the subcontractors that was working with Conduent named Modern Systems started to have some issues with the conversion. As you would expect, mainframe, very old system, has a tremendous amount of data and very complicated data. During that conversion process, we discovered that there were some bandwidth issues we had to work through. We also found that Modern Systems needed to rework or add to their staffing. And so they've done that. And at the same time, I'd say about 3 or 4 months ago, IBM purchased Modern Systems. So that was a bit of a wrinkle that we had to work through. The good news now, though, coming out of all of that is that the IBM is bringing more tools to the table to work through some of those data conversion and transport issues. So we are on the cusp of restating this project, and we will have that within the next week or 2. But currently, the projected timeline is to complete this January 2025. And that's kind of a summary of this particular project. I'm happy to take questions on that.
Any questions, Representative Lawson?
Sorry, I'm a pest today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has there been any hiccup within getting child support payments in the meantime because of the delay of this, and how effective has that been?
I'm not aware of any additional changes on the agency or the business side. There is somebody here that could possibly speak to that, but
No one seems to be wanting to save you for this answer.
I don't know whether Lee is available to speak.
Okay.
You're talking about the business side of the,
Getting those child support payments done on time to the right people.
I'm not aware of any additional work that's been done in that space on the business side, but
All right.
technology side.
Thank you. If you find something, would you let the committee know?
Absolutely, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Was, how much of the overrun, the money, went to the vendor?
The $1 million, that's basically what all of that went to the vendor to add, make the necessary changes to comply with those the new federal regulations that came out.
So was the original contract fixed bid or time and materials?
Fixed bid.
Bid, okay. And so it was an adjustment because of the scope change?
100%, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll say they've been very open to meeting with us. Both times they came out face to face, spent the entire day here with us talking through the issues.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. My question is actually for Alex, if I can, because it's timely to what you have stated, if that's possible. And Alex, thank you for this. I've noticed a trend, and being new to the committee to a certain degree, the trend is that we have starts, we have stops, we have resets, we have, what is it, project creeps and scope creeps. What percentage should be expected when we approve a project that, that there should be, okay, 80% are going to be on track, but just this is not, is this abnormal, or is this a normal to what you've identified?
So I can't give you a number or percentage-wise, but I think I will explain in a different manner. The size of the project definitely is going to come into play, because the bigger the project that you go, the more requirements that you have to gather. And sometimes when you get to those projects, you come back and you realize that, oh, I missed a piece. And then you have to go backward and add that back into your scope. So I would say the bigger the project it becomes, the more likely scope creep will happen. And I would say that will be, if I have to guess, 50% of the time that it will happen. But as the projects become smaller and it is not as many requirements, they should be ideally 100% in scope. It shouldn't be out of scope. Like the target is to make sure that there's no scope creep at all. That is how.
Thank you, Alex. Now you're back up. Okay, along those lines, because you mentioned the last time you were here, this was, you were new to the position. I was wondering, when you came on board and you were looking at this project that you inherited, what changes did you want to make? What part of the project were you like, okay, well, the decision's already been done, so let's just ride this out? I might not have made that decision, but this is what it is. How much changing do you do when you're a new IT person like yourself?
It was pretty significant. I guess there were 3 major changes they made. One was specifically with the vendor to open up a different way of communicating with them that I felt was more transparent and face-to-face is a lot of that type of meeting. The second aspect of it was an internal aspect to our IT department at DCF and KDADS. I reorganized the way we run projects, and I reorganized the leadership team as well. And then lastly, we re-examined some of the tools we were using because that slow throughput was affecting was making the complexity of the data issue worse. There was a bandwidth issue there, so we had to re-architect some of the network. So those are the 3 large, I'd say, significant changes I made.
And those changes all make sense to me, rational. I mean, I would probably do the same thing if I was coming in as a new leader there. How much did those changes set you back?
I would say, as far as the financially,
kind of change the bus into a slightly different direction. How long did that reset take?
I would say 5 months, approximately 5 months to do all those 3 things.
And that's just, thank you very much. And my point on bringing that up is just reiterates that the more that we don't focus on retaining quality workers or increasing the salary or pay to retain, part of this is our own problem because we keep resetting the system. And so I just want to add that comment, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I have a second one to present. It's the electronic healthcare record. Here again, this project was underway when I took the role, and the essence of this project was to modernize and implement a new electronic healthcare record for all of the 4 state hospitals. And when I was here last, again, talking about this, I had explained that there were a couple of issues that needed to be worked out. One basically was that, well, let me go through some of these basics before I get into the details. I apologize. This initially was the timeline was initially planned for 12 months, and we're actually at 15 months at this point. Again, the budget was $2.5 million. We're actually at $5.5 million. And this was to implement both a substance use disorder module as well as the electronic healthcare record. WellSky is the company that was selected to do this work. Now, again, here, as I was saying, I was here the last time, there were a few things that I observed coming into this. As some of you know, my background is being a CIO in healthcare for many years, so I kind of felt very comfortable in this space. So we did take a look. We noticed, first off, that there was a module that was missing from the contract, a fundamentally very important module called the pharmacy module. That was not part of the initial purchase of in this contract. So we did have to go back to WellSky to actually purchase that. And that's where the vast majority of that additional money came in, was the licensing for that module plus the interfaces that go with that. So that was one aspect of it. The second aspect was we really needed to look at the infrastructure in these hospitals. It was suboptimal to execute on this project. In other words, the wireless was not present in some areas of the hospitals. There are older facilities. There's a lot of issues that need to be remedied. So we put in place a plan to attack all that infrastructure. There's also some back-end network infrastructure that need to be looked at, as well as the Wi-Fi. So we did take a look at that. We've got, we've reworked the contract. We reworked the staffing for the project and sort of re-kicked it off. The good news at this point is that we are now live with Parsons. In fact, we're putting the finishing touches on that go live this week. We did more than half that hospital last week, so we will be done by the end of this week with Parsons, and then we will move on to KNI in September, and the projected completion will be December. By December of this year, we will have all of the hospitals up on the new WellSky system. So that's, there was a lot of celebration last week at Parsons. I thought particularly the administrators of the hospitals did a really great job of working close hand in hand with the IT staff. We took staff from some of the other hospitals so they could watch that go live at Parsons, and we're going to have some of the Parsons folks be on site at the other go lives for the other hospitals. So that's good news. Didn't quite probably start off the way we'd hoped, but I think it's ending on a very good note. And that's kind of my summary on that. Happy to take questions.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to congratulate you on getting it. I think a bad situation. Looks like you've got it just about done. I mean, the $3 million overrun is really uncalled for. It seems to me that there wasn't enough initial look at what needed to be done before it was started, and which is unfortunate. I mean, WellSky might have been the best one, but when you have that much of the scope not there, another company might have been better and less money in the long run. So I appreciate your work in getting both of these on schedule, and sounds like they're going to be completed this year. Appreciate that. I just hope that going forward, and I'm going forward, there's all the agencies that they look at everything before they jump into an RFP and say, oh, we'll fix that later. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you. I will say, having spent 20 years in healthcare, it is a very nuanced type of IT, and it's something that the state didn't have a lot of knowledge in. So there was a gap there that needed to be filled. And we've actually pulled in some additional healthcare talent, and we reorganized that area as well with some of the IT leadership to give more support to those hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know you inherited the system, but who made the decision to go to an electronic medical record system? And also, is this networked with other? So if these patients go to other doctors, will those doctors have access to these records?
I think the initial decision, it started, I think, somewhere 5-6 years ago when they attempted to begin to get an electronic healthcare record. I suspect it came from, the leadership of ks, as well as the administrators of those hospitals, because there was just not enough technology to keep up with the patient load and so on. As far as the connectivity goes, it is a cloud-based, certified, and HIPAA-approved system. It is only networked to the point of what would be allowed under the HIPAA regulation. So if there's a patient referral, that referral would be subject to all the HIPAA rules and approvals.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have grave concern over these electronic medical record systems. It's the biggest form of identity theft these days, and you know that. So for the state to try to implement such a system, I have grave concern over our patients' records and our liability. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Next up, we have KDH.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name again is Bob Doan. I'm the KDHE CIO. This project is our Early Childhood Data Integration and System Enhancement Project. KDHE Child Care Licensing and DCF Child Care Foster Care Licensing will replace our outdated Child Care Licensing and Regulation Information System, or better known as CLARIS. It's used to manage the life cycle of a child care provider in Kansas. The current system is a 20-year-old system that was developed in-house by KDHE and is becoming more challenging to support. We've improved and enhanced the capabilities. We will improve and enhance our capabilities by moving to a more modern child care licensing system. The new system will alleviate CLARIS's limitations, including slower application processing times, reduced customer service, longer application approval times, and lengthy staff training. The project duration is from September the 11th, 2023 to June 23rd, 2026. The cost of this project is, the implementation is paid for by ARPA funding, 100%. And going forward after that, after the implementation, it will be 90% Fed funded and then 10% SGF funded. The scope of this project, the transition to a software as a service platform, includes a user interface, licensing, surveys, enforcement, workflow, reports, professional development, and various interfaces to other systems. The specific services provided will include system design, configuration, and implementation by the vendor, as well as the migration of historical data from the current platform. We have been working with this vendor. It's a new vendor that we have not previously worked with before. And one of the biggest risks that we had initially was with the project schedule. There were some tasks that weren't identified from the vendor's aspect. And once we once we found out that those weren't being added to the project plan, we instructed them that, obviously this committee and JCIT, as well as ITech and the KETO office, they want to see, the project plan and duration fully executed and all tasks and milestones. They want to be able to see those. So we had worked closely with the vendor to get those reported on time and in transparency, full transparency, so that we are able to work with them and identify which tasks are the vendors, which tasks are for KDHE users, the HCF users, testing, training, those type of things. The project, I will say that there has been no delay in the plan or the overall milestones. It's just we had an initial road bump or speed bump with them to get past that transparency issue. But the project is on task. It will complete on time, and I will stand for questions.
So why is it in alert status?
Well, that's a good question. We report to the KETO office as we should quarterly, and even though the project wasn't behind in duration at that moment, there was a offset between the tasks and the dates. So we wanted to make sure that we were fully transparent with the KETO office, letting them know that this is happening, we are taking care of it, but it's not affecting the overall project.
Or the cost.
Or the cost.
Okay. So it's basically back on schedule now, as of today?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got KBI next.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and members. I'm going to speak today about the ABIS project, otherwise known as the Automated Biometric Identification System project. This is a project that was put in play to replace the aging and antiquated automatic fingerprint system. So the difference there being that the initial system just took fingerprints. This system actually has expanded functionality to do retinal scanning, additional ways to biometrically identify people. So it's a lot more enhanced system from that perspective. This project has been a long ongoing project. As I said before, I took this role April 27th of 24 and went live May 1st. So this was a brand new project in a sense in what I had to take on. But at any rate, the project actually has gone live, and if we were to indicate to you why it's in alert status, it's actually in alert status because we have not actually closed the project with KETO. We haven't submitted the final report, the peer report. The reason for that is that although we went live on May 1st, the vendor, IDEMIA, had a list of required work or necessary work that was not completed at the time of the system when we went live. So there was a 60-day burn-in period that they had allotted for to get that work done. That was the time when then we would accept the system and go to warranty. That work is still pending or still being worked through. And so we're using that scenario of going to warranty and the system acceptance as a way to hold them accountable to get this work done before we accept the system. Once we accept the system, we'll submit the peer report and move on. Those negotiations of how to resolve all of those items are still ongoing every day. The team is working very diligently to get those done. That's why it's in alert status.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You referred to it as the ABIS. I think it should be the ABIS project. Sorry, but the date's a little misleading on here. I know it's been going on for a while, but and the actual cost, I mean, you're still, with the project still open, and that number hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, so I can explain that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the reason that our actual costs show different from the budgeted cost is that money's been, the money is there. The project deliverables were structured in something called DAFs, which were deliverables to acceptance forms, deliverable acceptance forms. Inside of those forms, it had tied to specific requirements, and those deliverable acceptance forms had the dollar amounts attached to them. And so as we've been going live and been going through this period since live, as those deliverables get accepted and shown as proven, then that DAF gets signed off by our entire team. We generate the invoice, and then we make payment. So this actual cost is actually going to be going up in the next month.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we're almost there. KS Sentencing Commission.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Scott.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Scott Schultz. I'm the Executive Director of the Sentencing Commission. I just wanted to thank the chair for allowing me to appear by WebEx. I know that you are hungry, hopefully not only for lunch, but hungry for justice. Criminal justice, because that's what this particular project is. I will be very brief in my comments on this, but this project is kind of I've been with the agency for a little over 13 years now. This is kind of although it's a smaller project comparatively speaking to what you've seen today, it is pretty much the crown jewel of what we are doing at the commission, and that is to have a project in which felony sentencing data is made electronic. Currently, we have 3 staff that all they do is manual data entry of the 3 forms that the commission maintains. In the felony context, the district courts throughout the state will actually complete these documents for felonies. A pre-sentence investigation report is provided to the court prior to sentencing. We maintain that document. The sentencing journal entry, and in case of they're on probation and they get revoked, there's also a probation violation journal entry. Those are all maintained by the commission, and we wanted to make those electronic. We've been trying to do that for about 25 years. Cost was an issue prior to this. Technology was the state of technology was an issue. So we finally got to a point where we actually were able to receive a grant from the Department of Justice through Council for State Governments, and we received seed funding to actually to start the project. And so this was back in September of 22. The initial project length was 6 months. That's obviously been extended. Mainly due to the fact that once we got into the project, we were able to determine that the logic that was currently available and the technology level was actually greater than what we originally thought, which was fantastic because that allowed for our vendor Domo Incorporated, which is out of Utah, to be able to build in logic into the system. It also allows us to provide an e-signature module that will actually go from probation officer to prosecutor to defense attorney, and will be able to be a self-contained system that then will allow for e-filing within the Office of Judicial Administration and the judicial branch. So we have been working on that. Just to let you know, the delay has not been due to cost. It's been due to time and duration. We started a pilot study. We got such incredible feedback that we actually did 3 more. And as a result of that, we've refined the software and product to include those items. And we are looking to enter into user acceptance testing here in just a couple weeks with the idea we'll have a soft launch on October 1. So with that, I would be happy to stand for questions. But as I said, this is a very exciting project for us because it will not only allow for that on the front end, saving clerk's offices around the state time, probation officers, it will reduce the error rate, which actually with courts, we do have sometimes where our office as well as Department of Corrections will contact the judges, indicate to them that there may be an illegal sentence that was actually pronounced as a result of what we see on those journal entries, and they will have to go back, do a resentencing of the individual. This process with the logic built in is designed to be able to minimize that, but also minimize the time that everybody has to look at those journal entries and reduce the amount of human interaction that would potentially increase the amount of errors that were in it. So on the back end of that, it allows for us then to have a platform with the Domo cloud-based platform to be able to extract the data because essentially that's what our office does. Is the value we bring is gathering that felony data, which then actually translates into prison population projections that we give to DOC. It also enables us to provide bed space impacts during the legislative session. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Is this a system that would be expandable to perhaps help expedite those expungements of those folks that qualify?
I don't know about the expungements just because one of the issues that we're working on right now is integration with OJA's e-file system. But part of the benefit that we went with this particular vendor was that they have a platform that would allow other part of the issue, obviously, within public safety is we have siloed systems as we do in other agencies throughout the state. This would allow actually those systems to be placed on the platform, and we would have the benefit of actually gathering data from those entities. So conceivably, it could provide for expungement data and that type of thing.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, Wildlife and Parks. Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I'm Jason Dixon. I'm the CIO of Wildlife and Parks, and I'm here to talk about our Smart Cop record management system. The Smart Cop RMS system is really replacing an old system. We currently use the global KHP system, so we're moving off of that since they've moved on to Smart Cop as well. We're moving off of that onto our own Smart Cop system. And to do that, that's why we got this project. Besides just record management, it's going to allow us to move to e-ticketing for a lot of things, allowed us our e-tickets to be automatically uploaded to the state courts, and then also allow us to do boating accidents, which will be uploaded to the Coast Guard automatically when we approve them. It helps with our KBI. It gives our officers the ability to do KBI searches within the system, along with other violation searches and searches to our licensing system as well. There's a portion of it that connects to that. The project started back in December of 22. It was scheduled to be done in November of 23. We had a couple of things that I'll talk about that moved that back. With that duration, we've kind of moved back to, we've done it a kind of a partial go live already on August 18th, a couple of weeks ago, with just the ticketing portion of the system and our boating accidents portion of the system. We did that intentionally. We wanted to get our officers in there, do training just on those portions, and then get them in there so they can start using that before seasons start in September and before Labor Day for our parks people. Project funding is 50% federal Coast Guard's paying for it, and then the other 50% is actually split up between our wildlife fee fund and our state park fee fund as well. There is kind of a mistake on here. I misrepresented the instructions here. The current cost, the $335,000, is actually what we've paid so far. The actual current cost is still only going to be $576,896. No cost changes have been charged to this delay. It's really only time constraints, like the vendors, Smart Cop, and software Smart Cop. So to go through some of the issues that came up during the process is when we started with some of the connections we were doing with other agencies, say KBI, Kansas Wild, the courts, and different things like that. We had to do some network infrastructure changes for the agency, new firewalls, different things. It was already a project we had started working on, but we didn't know it was going to actually need to be completed before we made those connections. So that was why we completed that back in January 2024, and that was why the start of the time delay and got us into alert status to begin with. The other aspect of this was kind of conflicts within scheduling. As you noticed, the initial project plan was to be done in November of 23, which most of you probably know is one of the main hunting seasons starts in main times for hunting and fishing and wildlife and parks. So we wanted to move, instead of starting in the middle of that season, we wanted to wrap it around and start in the middle of the next, not in the middle of the next season, but start before the next season. That came up in our training as well. With state parks, we wanted to try to get our training where it was kind of a slow time for state parks, so we're not taking those officers out of the parks for training. So that's why we determined to have training in May. There's turkey season during that time, but we made scheduling changes to affect that. But that's why we did our training in May 6th through the 21st. We went to 4 different locations across the state, had all the officers show up, and we did training on the ticketing and the boating accident system and some of the other niches to the system as well. Like I said, we kind of cut back. We were going to go, the original project plan was to go live with the full system on day 1, but after talking to other agencies that had used the system and kind of launched all on day 1, we decided let's take a step back, let's get them into the system, and then we can comfortably move them into the system as well for case reports and different aspects of that as well. So like I said, our duration was really changed because of pushing back that training and then some network connectivity stuff. We did go live with ticketing boating accidents as of August 18th. So we're hoping to have everything else kind of structured into there by the end of the year.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are you using both systems in parallel now until you get completely off of the old?
We are currently using, for ticketing, we're only putting ticketings into our Smart Cop system. All officers are moving to that system. But for like arrest reports and different things like that, we are currently using the same parallel system that we were using before.
And you said a number of other agencies are using the Smart Cop, so we were able to leverage licensing agreements, master service agreements?
We were able to leverage the KHP contract. When KHP moved to started their contract with Smart Cop, they put in a line in there to allow us to piggyback off that contract. So we were able to get those contracting fees and different things when that started.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to the end of the presentation. I did fail to mention earlier that there is a under threshold project from University of Kansas, which is the KU syllabus management tool, and the representative from KU is not able to make it this time and will be presenting next time. So for the record, I want to mention that. And I hope that this new format is helpful, providing more insight, and obviously seeking information and feedback from committees and the chairs.
Committee, I like the new format. I think it's good having the people here. My judgment on how long some of the questions would take was not as good, but we'll work on that for the next meeting. With that, we're probably going to take lunch and we'll probably go to 1:15. If there's any other business come before us. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you and Mr. Wong. I thought it was a great format and very much more helpful, more productive. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Senator Tyson.
With that, I think we're probably going to extend lunch to 1:15. With that, we're in recess.
Thank you all.
I think we'll go ahead and get started. First up, Tamara got over lunch, got some answers to some of the questions that were asked on the budget. Tamara, could you address those?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I believe there were two questions that related to the budget that were asked earlier this morning. One had to do with the Ryan White program. And according to our budget revisers, the KDHE Division of Public Health and the Division of Healthcare Finance both have a Ryan White Title II Special Revenue Fund. These are both no limit funds. So any federal money received for those programs may be expended on that program. The budget bill does not provide any specific details on the program, so that's all the information I got on the Ryan White program. The second question related to the child care database. And according to our budget folks, there are numerous accounts and funds that have child care in the name of the account or the fund, but they don't specifically speak to a database. They also said that an agency may spend money on a child care database, but our budget folks would need to review the specific details of the programs and the supporting budget documents to know for sure if any agency is actually doing that. And then on a side note, they did also point out that the Social Services Budget Committee did review a request for a home-based child care providers pilot project. I don't know if that's what you were thinking of, but that is the information I got from our budget folks.
Any questions for Tamara? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That last one, was that like a $500,000 proviso or $500,000 pilot project? Is that?
Yes, the legislature did provide $500,000 for the project for fiscal year 25, but the governor vetoed that proviso language. So it was initially when it passed the legislature in the bill, but then did get vetoed.
Thank you.
Welcome to the committee.
Chairman Peterson, members of the Joint Committee, I am Ann Madden Johnson, Acting Chief Information Technology Officer at the Office of Judicial Administration. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on our IT security efforts and progress related to SB 291, as well as other significant developments. Regarding our IT security efforts, our systems have been fully restored following the cybersecurity incident, including our statewide systems, and we are working on finalizing a few remaining district court processes. Continuous monitoring and improvements are in place to ensure stability and security. And in February, we hired Evan Burt as our Chief Information Security Officer to lead our security initiatives and staffing of our security team. We've implemented a zero trust policy requiring VPN and multi-factor authentication to strengthen access controls to our systems. And endpoint security on systems accessing our network have been enhanced with encryption and stronger password policies. We are continuing to review and update our IT policies and procedures. And while our backups were a key role to our successful restoration and recovery, in the face of cyber threats, there's always more that you can do. We are continuing to further augment our backup solutions to improve our resilience. We fortified our systems by upgrading the e-filing platform and isolating legacy systems and strengthening our firewall protections. We're committed to supporting the district courts during cyber incidents they may experience, ensuring they also have the resources needed to respond effectively. We've also acquired advanced identity management tools to enhance security and compliance across the judicial branch. Regarding our efforts towards SB 291, we're on track to complete our .gov migration by February 1st, 2025, which will enhance our online security and credibility. Our CISO is leading the design and implementation of a comprehensive cybersecurity program with the active involvement of our executive leadership. We're also strengthening our cybersecurity awareness training for all employees to ensure they are well prepared to protect our systems. And we're reviewing all IT contracts to incorporate standard security language and ensure vendor compliance. We are developing project costs for managing district court endpoints and secure access to the CanWin network. A couple of other updates regarding our centralized case management system. I'm excited to let you know that we have successfully migrated the appellate courts to our centralized case management system in June. And in November, Johnson County is scheduled to go live with the case management system, and that will complete our statewide migration. Looking ahead at future initiatives, we're planning upgrades to the case management system. We are exploring cloud options for our data center, and we are introducing new tools, new security tools to further enhance security. Additionally, we're preparing to migrate some of our video conferencing tools to government-optimized platforms for better security. I would like to thank you all for your time and attention. We appreciate your support as we continue to strengthen our IT security within the judicial branch. May I answer any questions?
Committee questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you allowed the district courts and the counties to come on to your system, what steps did you take to make sure that they were secure and there wasn't vulnerability there coming into your system?
For the district courts, we implemented VPN and MFA across all the district courts. But on top of that, though, we also implemented an umbrella strategy that ensured that the endpoint that was connecting to us was also following the same policies, the same security policies that we were.
You have to do
multi-factor authentication.
Okay,
yes.
Right. And then are you guys on a .gov net?
We're almost there.
You're almost there.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're probably about 3/4 of the way migrated.
Okay. So when do you think that'll be?
We're working on email migration at the moment, so that'll be the statewide migration. So we expect to have that done by the end of December.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Pittman.
You just let us know for anybody whose personal information had been compromised in one fashion or another. Did you guys go through some restorative efforts in some fashion to offer up anything to citizens who had their potential private information breached?
I'm sorry. Can you? I'm having a problem hearing today. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I should speak a little louder into the mic. I was wondering if we had some personal information that was potentially compromised in the judicial branch. And I was wondering if we had offered something up, and I was just kind of wondering what the kind of restorative efforts the judicial branch, state of Kansas judicial branch, had offered up to citizens at this point as either remediation, something to prevent some kind of security aspect to those citizens for a year or anything like that. I'm just curious what we did.
We did have some specific activities to address that particular situation. I don't have those details on me. I can get those for you, though, and can return them.
Fantastic. I know we had some questions about that as it was happening, so I think it'd be good to understand how much, how many, and what we offered out, so that we understand in the future what we might need to look at, modify if we have this happen again anywhere inside of the state of Kansas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I know it's been a difficult road, but I will bring up some of the history with this committee that it was posed several times that there were vulnerabilities and they weren't addressed. In fact, we were ignored. And so I have concern, and one of the comments that you made just now, it doesn't matter if you have dual authentication or, I mean, there's many ways for bad players to get into a system. And my concern is you might have access and control over the machines of your system, but not necessarily the ones that are networking with you. And so what precautions have you taken in order to monitor that traffic? I mean, do you have network monitors? Or, I mean, I know you can't go into details, but I'm afraid, based on past history, that the due diligence may not be where it needs to be yet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have taken a lot of steps to make sure that our systems are fortified. We've invested a lot in our network perimeter, making sure that, again, that we're secure. We've done a lot of work with endpoints of, and making sure that all of those are monitored for any suspicious activity and things like that. So again, we're kind of multi-layer approach. I'm sorry.
No, if I may, those were not steps that you were taking prior, or it doesn't seem like you're doing any additional steps.
Mhm.
And I just have grave concern because it was raised several times by this committee. And then the state and taxpayers end up suffering because of the system being down and the money and coming in for the new system.
Well, we were taking efforts before that. One of the things that also did come with that security incident is we also were able to take advantage of a number of security experts that also got us where we needed to be very quickly. So while we were working on those efforts prior, I think you're referring to the audits. So we were going through those and addressing those and trying, and working on those. Again, hindsight's 2020, but we were able to at least take advantage of a number of security experts that helped us. We were able to also stop, take a breath, and make sure that we had everything done. So before we came back online. So, and we did do that. That's one of the reasons why we were down as long as we were, to make sure that we were good and that it wasn't going to happen again. I know that statistics say that, organizations that are hit, are hit again. We have not been. But we did stop and take the time and work with the professionals, work with the experts to make sure that we were solid.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because things were busy over at the judiciary, there were others that came and testified. I guess, have you been there for a long while? Because I don't remember you coming to this committee. I'm just curious how long you've been with the judiciary.
I started with the judicial branch in October of 2021. Prior to that, I was with the University of Kansas for 27 years. And I've been the acting interim Chief Information Technology Officer since Kelly O'Brien retired in July.
Okay, thanks. And then my question was, Johnson County was fortunate not to have already been converted because they didn't get interrupted as much. So it looks like you've got them on here as going live in November of 24. So
yes.
We're essentially, almost September 1st. How does that look right now? Going live in November.
How does it look for them
Is
completing
everything green? You're on track to go live?
We're on track.
No problems. Okay.
Yes,
thank
we're
you.
we're on track with the project. At this time, they're doing solution validation, so this is the appropriate time for them to be doing that. And then training comes, and so so we're following the exact same project activities as before, and we are on time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a sense of how many of those that are connected to our system outside of us, like the districts, the counties, do we have a sense of how many of those have not yet migrated to a safer domain, like a .gov domain?
I don't know that I do, but that's an interesting question. It's something that we can look into. I know that a number of the counties have moved to .gov, but not all of them have yet. As far as I know, it is not something I've looked into, but that's something that I can look into.
I know that's something that came up a couple of years ago, Mr. Chairman, at that cybersecurity summit down in Wichita with the local units of government and expressing, just a need. And I thought that we had set up some kind of assistance for them to do that. That's not really a question for you, but that prompted me just thinking about the vulnerabilities and knowing that, like, still in Wyandotte County, which we have had issues with cybersecurity, that as much as we preach it every year in my meetings, I tell them, please, how much do you have to put out before you finally realize you just need to spend the money up front and move to a safer domain so that you have all those protections. So anyway, that's why I was curious as to how many have done that and what we can do to maybe help accelerate that and get them to do that, because I think it would make us more secure.
I would agree with that. And when we do talk to our county partners and stakeholders, we have been asked, questions about how we got started, and we've been pointing them to the help.gov website, which has, you know, a pretty complete comprehensive checklist and how to get there. So even funding sources that are available as well. So right there with you. Yes, thank you.
Very much.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tom Day. I know you need to be leaving, Tom, so you're against the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Day, Director of Legislative Administrative Services and Interim Chief Information Technology Officer. For those of you that don't know or didn't remember, Alan Weiss retired on June 1, the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. The Legislative Coordinating Council has approved moving forward with a search for a new legislative CTO. I put out a job description on the state's website, received applications, and those applications closed the 5th of August, 4th of August. At this point, we have narrowed down the number of applicants, and I will be giving that list to the Legislative Coordinating Council to see what direction they want to take at that point. So at this point, we're still in the mode of moving forward to find a new Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. But in the meantime, I am the interim CTO, and behind me are the two directors of the Legislative Office of Information Services, Eric Teal and John Langer. Eric is the director of our application services, and John is the director of our technical services. And they will both be doing a presentation here in just a second. I have to run down to a vendor demonstration that we are holding for a constituent relationship management service that we put in request for proposals out for. So we've been running demonstrations this week and just happens to have one at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I'm going to turn it over, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, to Eric Teal, and he will do the update on our application services division. And then John Langer will take over and do an update on the technical services. If there are any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them now. And if there are any, as the presentations go on, I will be happy to, if we can't answer them here, we'll be happy to get answers back to the committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions if you so desire.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I appreciate that where you're going, and will you keep in mind, and maybe it'd be nice if this committee got a preview or got to see examples on that constituent services system. My issue or concern would be privacy as to who would have access to the information that's entered in that system. Yeah, so would you keep that in mind as you are selecting? Thank you.
That is a very fair question and statement. It is part of the RFP that security is a big part of that. And so that we make sure that the systems that the vendors are demonstrating to us have proper security. And so that is issue that we are taking a look at.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm not just talking security, I'm talking ownership of the data. I know that there are some tools out there that are being used and they are being provided free, and the users don't realize that they are giving up all of that information and all that data. And so I want to know who has ownership of the data also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Tom said. My name is Eric Teal. I'm the Director of Application Services. Just going to give you my written testimony. It should have been in your packet this morning. And just give you a quick update on the things we're working on and see if you have questions when I'm done here. As everyone knows, besides the KLIS modernization project, we are also, this is a biennium rollover year. So we are rolling over the Legislative Research Department as well as parts of the chamber interface or chamber applications and environment that we use in our current system. Let's see, yep. And these are portions of it that are not included in the KLIS modernization project and updates. Because the systems and applications used by the Legislative Research Department are not being updated until we get to phase 2 of the KLIS modernization project. We are working with that department to complete some updates to their existing systems. These updates would include updating their budget analysis write-up template, updating various other templates for our move to the .gov domain, which is going to be in John's report, what we're doing there, and as well as some new system functionality for the CCRBs and supplemental notes that are published through the legislative research. These updates have all been completed and are now in testing and should be ready in time for the start of the 2025 legislative session. As I stated, we're doing some updates to the chamber applications and the systems that are used in both the chamber, both the House and Senate. We're updating parts here that in our existing systems that will integrate with the new drafting tools being delivered as part of the KLIS modernization project. And then we further down, as I've been talking about here, the KLIS modernization project. Phase 1 of this project has entered UAT on July 8th, and testing has been ongoing ever since then. We are actually, I stepped out this morning because we have UAT for a second round that started today as well, and it's ongoing this week and on for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Next week, we are starting on September 3rd, we are starting a UAT for system integrations to see to test how well our current systems are going to work with the new systems that are being delivered as part of phase 1. With that, as part of that, all this project, we've did some analysis and design of the new system, and we decided, the KLIS steering committee decided that we should look at hosting options for the new system. And as I stated here, we looked at 3 different ones as we're to go with a vendor provided hosted cloud private network, as well as continue our hosting our applications internally in our on-site data center, or a hybrid version of that, which would see us, the legislature, contracting with a place like Amazon Web Services or AWS for server equipment, and then have us also then contract with our software vendor to manage that for us. As through this, we decided the recommendation has been to go with as I said, the vendor hosted option in AWS. In the direction of the Legislative Coordinating Council, the steering committee has also been working to negotiate an addendum to our current build contract. That would be for phase 2 of the KLIS modernization project, which would cover, as I put here, basically, summarize everything that was included in phase 1, which would be legislative research functionality, updates to our website, or actually deploying the updates that we've been working on for our website, as well as updating our committee system and chamber applications and all the integration tools that go along with that, as well as looking at a workflow management software system to manage how the legislative research and revisers offices communicate during the budget and appropriations process. And all that, we have funding has been acquired through federal funds to pay for the rest of the phase 2. And I think I stumbled through my notes and gotten far enough along here to say that I'm ready to stand for any questions.
Questions for Eric? Seeing none, excellent.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon. It's good to see all of you. I am John Langer. I am the Director of Technical Services for the Kansas Legislature. And the projects that I kind of have to present here today are kind of what I call the ongoing maintenance type projects that we've got going on for this summer. The first one that you'll see here on the list that was in the packet was the computer refresh. Back in March, we started working on the RFP for the next level of computers for the legislatures. We had basically 4 vendors that we sent this out to. Only 2 of those submitted a proposal. And with that, we were also given 4 examples of various systems to take a look at and partake with. We evaluated these systems, found that 3 of the systems were capable of doing what we needed, and then presented those systems after we went through an evaluation with them to the various legislatures in leadership roles in both the House and the Senate, and we allowed them to make the final decision and choice as to what to go with. They apparently chose the Dell laptop, which is if I remember, a 7450, and that is a convertible laptop. It's a 2-in-1. So with that, we're looking at a contract with Dell at this point, and we're going to proceed forward. Depending on availability, we should be able to get these implemented in November after the elections. So our plan is, or my plan is, basically once the elections are clear, that we'll have the other laptops brought in and we'll change out, and we'll go from there. I can't make any promises on that, but that's my hope. So far we're on track and to make this happen. So I'm feeling real good about that right now. Like I said, the current systems we had for 4 years, we need to turn those back into Dell by December 1st. So my hope is to get all of these back into Dell in December so that we don't have any additional fees on those products. The second aspect of our projects that we have in progress right now is our Microsoft Exchange to MS365. As you've heard earlier today, a lot of departments and a lot of agencies are in a migration over to the cloud. We ourselves are also in that mode right now. This has been a very important part for me that we get this right. We have approximately around 560 users that we have. It's very important to me that we don't lose any of the data during the migration. So as part of the plan, we initiated a contract with WWT to provide a consultant for us to verify that our system was ready to migrate. We took approximately 1 month here in June, basically to do a deep dive into our system, find out any discrepancies, any areas that we might need to work on, and basically do a lot of testing before we do the migration. I can honestly say that we got a very good report from the consultant about our system. He said our system was one of the better systems he had seen, and he's worked with a lot of systems. And there were some minor issues that we had to take care of for the migration, but nothing that was, blatantly bad. So as of this last week, after we've done the initial test with 2 test users, we did a technical test with 25 users from the technical department to verify the migration. I'm happy to tell you that everything was migrated very well. We did see a few little small hiccups, but nothing that is a severe problem. All the data was pretty much transferred very fluidly, and it was done in what we call sync mode. So nobody was without any mail operation while the process was going on. In fact, the only thing that may have showed up a little bit was a little bit of slowness during the time of the migration. Once the synchronization happened completely, basically the user had to restart Outlook and restart the system and log back in, and the new system would come up. And that's what I'm looking for. A couple things that we saw a little bit of an issue with was rules. So if you do have some rules and stuff like that, it's probably a good idea to go through and review those. Also, for the migration, there's certain things that we've changed, such as committee names and group names that are basically normal things that we use for like assigning meetings and scheduling meetings, which will affect more of our AV team than most of you. But we had to do that in order to make the change over to the cloud for this. There will be some information that comes out about that when we do the migration, but it should not be anything that would be a serious problem or anything for the legislatures to do. Basically, you should be pretty much as normal when the system kicks in. Let's see here. As of right now, this week, we are planning on migrating another 25 test users. And once that is in place and we verified that everything is going well, we look at starting the migration for everybody in various stages through September. So basically after Labor Day weekend holiday, we will go ahead and begin the migration process. And we will probably do a good portion of the legislatures, followed by the various other agencies that we also support. Our goal is to have this fully and completely done by the end of October. And I definitely do not want to take this into the legislative session. This will be done before the session starts. The other area that we've been working on right now is our official changeover to the .gov domain. We've actually had this in place since January of this year, but we chose not to implement it early due to the session. We didn't want to cause any confusion. Starting here at the first part of September, we will put a banner on our current page that reminds people to update their bookmark to the .gov domain. But you don't need to. We're going to own the original net, org, and com domains, and we will have those redirected. But it just might go a little quicker if you just go ahead and put the domain .gov in your bookmarks. It'll go a little faster. And the last area that we're looking at right now is more for the future, but it is coming up and it's something that we need to address, and we're going to do more of a deep dive. We are currently looking and determining what would best, serve the legislatures in the future for our data center. Our data center is getting close to end of life. We need to make some serious investments of money into the project here into the future. And right now, what I want to do is basically get enough information to see and determine if it is better for us to go to a cloud solution or an on-prem solution. There's advantages to both. Our current solution that we have locks us down to specific vendors a lot of times. This can be very high when it comes to maintenance and keeping the system up and running. There's also one of the biggest things that is really making us look at different vendors and different things this year was the acquisition of VMware by Broadcom. This will affect us somewhat. It will double our costs because we do use VMware for our virtual machines. And we are looking at various implementations of different virtual platforms or hypervisors going into the future. I allocated some equipment that we had to do some testing this summer for various platforms so we can have an idea of whether or not we want to go that route, because there's 2 or 3 different vendors that we can look at for those solutions. So trying to stay a little pre-active on some of these so that we have a good solution coming into the next year. I do believe that we will probably continue with VMware for another year until we can come down with a really good solution. But like I said, we will have hopefully more detailed report by the end of the year in regarding a good solution in a direction to go. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the computers. Now, so you mentioned dual purpose. Do you mean so they'll be able to made flat into a pad with a pen? Is that?
Yes. We purposely looked at that. In fact, earlier this year we sent out a survey. We didn't get a whole lot of answers back on the survey, but we had been talking with various legislatures throughout the year, trying to get some information as to what they would like. One of the other products that we had come into was a tablet, because we entertained the idea of a tablet. But once we got the tablet in here and looked at it closely, I looked at it and said, this is not going to be a good solution. It's just not there yet. And this particular product Doesn't cost any more than the normal laptop that we have, and it provided the feature of actually flipping it over. In that mode, the keys on the back are turned off, so you can't accidentally enter something in. You can write with your finger. If you've got a pen or stylus, you can use a pen or stylus with it. It gives you the opportunity to use it as a tablet if you want to. And it gives you, the legislatures, the ability to use it as a straight laptop, or if you want, as a tablet. Plus, it's a little bit more durable. We gave up just a little bit. It's just a little bit heavier than the one you have now, but not much. It looks very similar to what you now have, except that it will fold over. And it's basically, you'll be very used to it because it's very similar to what you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it looks like, so the changeover and exchange is going to happen in the month of October, because your goal there is the end of October?
Actually, changeover is happening now. It is in place. We're not stopping this. It's going forward. But we're doing it in segments. So officially, everybody should be over by the end of October. That is my goal. Hopefully before that, but in fact, it's been going much smoother than I originally anticipated. I'm very happy with so far.
Good to hear. So that's all the shared drives, the local drives, everything?
Well, you have to remember, this is strictly mail. Our shared folders and stuff like that we have here are still in place. Those will not change. Now, we have different options down the road as we move deeper into the 365 environment, which we will talk about later on, but we're not ready yet to implement those particular features. But those are features that we're looking at and looking at moving forward with as we continue in the future.
Okay, and then post-election is the switchover of the hardware, the laptops, and the new stuff is going to be another 4-year lease?
Right now it is a 4-year lease, but there is a little bit of, we talked about that in the LCC committee. There was the question that was brought up about outright purchase over lease. And I've got information back on that. I haven't had a chance to go through that fully yet, but I was asked, what was the cost difference between outright purchasing and leasing? And as I was telling the committee at the time, there's not much difference between outright purchase and leasing. And it could be, depending on their final decision, once I present the information, we may decide to purchase these and then at the end of the 4-year, allow those who still have them to purchase or turn them back in. So we're looking at that option as well. Right now, the thing that the lease gives us, and this was particularly with the older computers, was the disposal of e-waste. It was a big problem. And by able to turn this back, it took that monkey off our back. With the laptops, it's not as serious. It's a much smaller device. And even if we don't, with the outright purchase, we can turn them back over to surplus and possibly get something through surplus in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Very good. Have a wonderful day.
You the same. Next up, we have Bob Murphy. I had requested that Bob come and give us a presentation after last year, hearing several legislators tell me that the legislature wasn't doing much to protect ourselves. Most of us on this committee know that is not the case. A lot of us even know that they helped save the day at the end of the session last year when a legislature clicked on a phishing email. With that said, I would like to thank the chair of Post Audit for giving us an example, allowing the Post Audit Committee to go through the basic 15-minute refresher on phishing emails and what we can do to enhance our security.
Mr. Chairman, what legislator clicked on a phishing email?
I do not know exactly, but I have a good idea. Bob, we better go ahead and continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members, for letting me get up here and talk in front of you today. As you said, I'm Bob Murphy. I am the IT security engineer here at the legislature. I just kind of wanted to draw everybody's attention very quickly to the job that Tom and John and Eric and all the directors have done. Director Self, Director Morrow, Director Clark, they've all, lent us at Lois personnel to help move security forward. We've been collaborating a lot. And I'd like to say, give a big thank you to them and let you guys know that everyone's been absolutely great. And also draw your attention real quick to our IT staff here. They're absolutely amazing. None of this would be possible without them. The IT staff in the different departments, the Lois IT staff. It's been a wonderful experience working with everybody. And again, none of this would have been possible without any of them. Moving forward, so last year I presented you guys with my mission statement for 2023. We're pretty much in the same space this year. We did take one thing off, which was our alignment with NIST standards, as that happened with SB 291. So our mission remains the same, which is to significantly improve the maturity of our cybersecurity operations in several key areas. We want to support a secure culture that ensures legislators and staff are aware of the threats, how to stop threats, and how to report them to the appropriate personnel. We want to continue transitioning from a reactive to a proactive operational security model, make significant value-driven infrastructure changes to implement modernization, a defense in-depth security program, and a secure access service edge with the aim of reducing attack surfaces and mitigating risks to critical business processes. We also want to improve our ability to respond and recover from cyber incidents, including testing, tracking, and training for known and likely eventualities, and ensure that cybersecurity remains a priority. Our cybersecurity operations are designed to protect data, people, and applications by moving past simple binary decisions like accept and deny, which is kind of why we're moving to the zero trust architecture. That's, it used to be, can you log in? Can you not log in? Accept, deny. Now we're going to move to a verify then trust system where we're going to look at a bunch of different factors such as location, things like that, before we allow anyone to access the internal network or any of our systems. And systems meaning Office 365, KLS applications, any of the shared drives for your files, things like that. That will make us smarter and faster by utilizing this detailed context to craft the exact right protection, no matter where our users go or where our data goes, whether it's stored in the cloud or at the data center, whether you guys are on vacation in Mexico or Canada or the Bahamas or wherever. We're going to do the most to protect you guys and legislative data as possible. So one of the things that we've stood up since last year's briefing is our Security Operations Center. So we now have a Security and Operations Center dedicated to the legislature that is in place that monitors everything coming in and out of here. We're going to start by going over our detection and response capabilities with our data monitoring and security coverage. So key data points that we're looking at with this SOC are our external scan configurations. So this is anything public facing, Active Directory logs, firewall logs, geo-IP restrictions. This is the location I was telling you about. So for instance, we've had a lot of activity over the interim where somebody will be traveling out of country and we won't be aware. So we'll get an alert saying, hey, why is Representative so-and-so or why is Senator so-and-so logging into their account from Canada or France or Mexico? This also gives us a look at locations that are trying to enter our network. So for instance, we've had we get a lot of traffic from Russia, China, India, the normal things you would expect to try to be hitting us. And this lets us know about that and blocks it all for us. We even have it set up to block certain countries, things like that, so they just can't get into the network. Once we start getting more in touch with that, we'll start being more in touch. Once we start implementing that on a wider scale, we will be more in tune to say, you're going to go out of the country for a week. We'll be able to give you access when you go out of the country, but only to specific services and protect your IP. But those are things, or protect your data. But those are things that we're slowly moving in place as we go. We've also got a detailed inventory now down to software versions. We protect our cloud applications, our server antivirus, our desktop antivirus. This also looks at incidents and vulnerabilities. One of the things it provides is a coverage score. This is essentially how many of the data points are we looking at. So with our SOC, with the company we use for our SOC, out of all the entities they monitor, the average coverage score is 81.6%. Local governments, it's 86.7%. And local governments or state governments that are our size, it's 83.2%. But Again, thanks to the work of the IT staff here and everybody, our coverage score is actually at 90%. So we are above the average, and we're doing very well there. We're getting all the data we need. So it's a great baseline for us to look at everything we want to look at. There's also a managed risk portion. So a lot of this has to do with this. Essentially, this is what scans our endpoints, scans the data center infrastructure, scans our cloud applications, everything like that. Our current risk score is 7.9. Our benchmark risk score, which is compared to other entities our size, is a 6.5, so that does drop slightly. Now, our risk statistics are available in 10-day increments, and I did make this last week, so I didn't update it before today, so you guys would have the same presentation. We have 3,381 unresolved risks, which is up 1% week over week. We had 558 new risks over the week, which is down 0.7%. And IT staff, again, mitigated 377 risks through that period of August 10th to August 17th, which is up 26.1%. I know that the number of risks is high and the risk score is high, but what we're looking at here is kind of what John was alluding to with our data center being end of life and a lot of these different things that we're going to need to update. The majority of these, I would say around 85 to 90% of these risks will be mitigated once we get that infrastructure upgrade going, once we get applications updated, everything like that. The other thing it does is intrusion prevention and detection. So this is our observation pipeline between the 12th and the 23rd. This is available for more days. So there were 329 million events that were analyzed. Analyzed events are events that are parsed, enriched, and analyzed for security value. 27 million of those events were tagged as interesting. This is by a computer, by an AI essentially. Those are machine analyzed events using custom rules and tuning. 20 of those events were escalated to investigations, meaning that they're potential security issues forensically verified by humans. And 9 of those events were escalated to us. So that means they come to us, we make a final decision, we make the fix, whatever that may be. They give us whatever assistance we need in making that fix, but they don't make any changes to anything without letting us know first. So since July 1st, 2024, we've actually had 25 ticketed incidents or escalated alerts that have been investigated, remediated, and closed. So we have not had a single incident we haven't been able to fix and close. Our average response time to those incidents is 24 hours to get everything fixed and remediated. Luckily, we haven't had anything catastrophic at this point, so they've been pretty easy fixes. So we've also been using the CISA external vulnerability scans. The CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. They do a free scan for us of all our external facing IP addresses, all our external equipment. We've been running that every week for 10 months. Our vulnerability status has remained steady for 90 days, which means that, again, our department IT staff have mitigated all the vulnerabilities related to their external facing equipment. And everything that we can fix, we fixed. So we're at the point where once we fixed everything, we've now got updated risk assessments with those risks. So we know what risks we're looking at, why we can't fix them, and what measures we can put in place to mitigate those risks and reduce our overall level of vulnerability. Next, our managed security awareness and training. So that's building a secure culture. A lot of you have probably seen these emails with the videos or the tests. So we've started a 2 to 3 minute bi-weekly training video and quiz program. It comes out via email. It'll come from @arcticwolf.com. And those will be again, every Tuesday, you'll get a weekly training. And those will cover a different aspect of cybersecurity, the whole of which meets ITEC standards for security awareness training. So you'll get a couple of videos and then a quiz, or a quiz and then a couple of videos. It'll be different, but it will be different things to cover cybersecurity wise. Not too long ago, I want to say about a month ago, the topic was brand spoofing. So it taught you exactly how detailed brand spoofing can get when you get these emails. The other thing it's sending out bi-weekly is phishing simulation emails. So these are fake phishing emails that go out. They look, like real phishing emails would. They have little inconsistencies in them, things you could notice that you would notice with real phishing emails. And if you click on the link in the phishing emails, it takes you to remedial training and sends a report to us saying, hey, somebody clicked on a link, and we look at whether or not they completed that remedial training. Once we look at that list, I turn over the department personnel to the departments, and then, we'll do more remedial training from there if necessary. Another really cool thing that I think has happened is that when we first started this program, our secure culture score was poor. We've moved up to strong since we launched the program. Our training session completion percentage is still low, but that also includes OAs and CAs who may no longer be here. But it's actually up 1% since June 2024. Our average score on the quizzes is 94%. That's up 2%. We only have a 1% phishing simulation failure rate, which hasn't changed. And we have a remediation completion percentage of 58%, which is actually up 29%. So we are trending in the right direction as far as security awareness goes. And as you know, awareness is very important. Your number one vulnerability in any system is going to be the people. So the more everyone is aware, the more time everyone's willing to take before they do anything, the better. So with SB 291, we are going to have to adhere to the NIST policy, our NIST framework, excuse me. So I'm going to go really briefly into what our policy implementation hierarchy is going to look like. I don't know, some of you may have been, this is basically ISC2 stuff. I don't know if anybody is an ISC2 member, but essentially we start with policies, which are general statements to set expectations. That's the why requirements are in effect. Our standards are a set of prescribed practices or configurations, which tell us when do I need to act, what do I need to do. Our procedures are instructions that describe how to do a specific task, who should perform it, and how it should be done. And then guidelines are recommended practices or configurations. This is important because when we look at implementing these NIST policies, we're going to look at the breakdown of responsibility. So policy responsibility ultimately falls on ITEC and KLOIS because they would be the two that set policy for the legislature. KLOIS would follow ITEC policy. We work side by side. Any standards, procedures, and guidelines, those would be set by each individual legislative department. So our goal when setting the policy is to have one big umbrella policy that covers everybody, and then everybody else creates their own standards and procedures and guidelines so they can meet their critical business needs. And we don't interfere with any of that. We build on, we don't take away, of course, when we go down that hierarchy. That gets me into our plan for NIST alignment and what we've been doing for NIST alignment. So I've been writing, rewriting and writing new policies for about over a year now. So what I've been using to kind of even alter some of the ones that I had made prior to SB 291 is this NIST Cybersecurity Framework Policy Template Guide. It's essentially policy templates that ensure that your policies are aligned with NIST. What I'm doing is I'm combining the NIST templates with ITEC policy guidance, and I'm customizing it for our legislative use case. So I look at the NIST, I look at the template, I look at which meets all the NIST requirements, I look at ITEC policy, and I look at what our business needs are, combine that together, and that's how I'm making these NIST policies and how I have been making these NIST policies. The other part of ensuring compliance is we're going to move to a standard secure baseline image for our computers. This is essentially all the background stuff for your computer, and you see the user interface. This is all the stuff that happens in the background to make all that happen. So we are currently in the decision process over which standard image we're going to use. We're either going to use a Department of Defense one, which might be a little too secure for here, or we're going to use a Center for Internet Security one, which is widely used and very well adopted. We would use that on the laptops, desktops, and servers. One of the cool things is it provides quantifiable compliance evaluations, meaning that once we have this in place, we can actually run another program and we can see where we are as far as each individual endpoint or our entire environment is. So we would, based on the standards, so there would be a set standard for everybody's computer. We would run the scan over the whole network and it would say, okay, 90% of your computers are in compliance, or 10% of your computers aren't in compliance, or 90% of your computers are 50% compliant or more. So we'll have an actual way to look at everything, and we can quantify it, and we can go, okay, we need to improve in this area, we need to improve in that area. These are different things we need to look at. So there's an example on here. So this would be one of our benchmark scores, 83.41%. Now what makes this really good is these assessment tools that assess the image, especially for the SB 291, is if you look down at your rule ID, test type result, version, and identities, as you can see under identities, it shows you which standard you're complying with when you are putting this specific setting. So this setting is reversible password encryption must be disabled, meaning you can't go on and reverse password encryption that's put on your computer. So that tells you that aligns with NIST SP 853, 853A. It gives you every NIST standard it aligns with. So if we need accountability or anything like that, we can look at those settings and we can say, okay, this is why we did it for audit purposes, anything like that. And it also gives you a fixed text, which is really great. All these tools give you a fixed text, which tells somebody how to do it. So even if we have an unexperienced system administrator, for whatever reason, or just somebody trying to do something they don't understand, our IT personnel can easily fix it just based on the text it gives us. It also gives us a uniform documented baseline, which is great because again, the departments will add on to this based on their business needs. But when we have that documented baseline, if we have issues, we can go ahead and look at the changes that will also be documented and more easily figure out where those issues lie, as opposed to kind of everybody doing their own thing and having to kind of put guesswork into what goes on there. So once we have all this, we're going to need a way to measure the NIST compliance. So the system that I've devised that I'm hoping we're going to start using is I've compiled a bunch of different tools that allow us to assess our NIST compliance either by self or bring somebody in to do it for us. I put the names of the tools right there: baseline checklist, CSF maturity tool, resiliency assessment, the CAC cybersecurity maturity model, the assessment scoring from the images, our CISA cybersecurity performance goals. I'm going to weight all those scores. Essentially, the scores where somebody evaluates us are going to be weighted higher than the scores where we evaluate ourselves. I'm going to standardize, I'm going to add, and then I'm going to average those scores. So that will give us a general compliance score. And again, I want to do this department by department. Maybe have a little fun and do a little competition, which department can do the best. Just kind of to make sure we get there where we need to be, and we have a way of just, it's easy to say, okay, you need to align with NIST frameworks. Okay, what does that mean? How are we going to do that? So this gives us a way to actually measure that and say, okay, we did this based on all of these different factors. So I'm excited about getting that going. And then that kind of brings us to where do we go from here? Some of these things are changes you may have already seen, but this is where we're going to go moving forward. So if you've logged in on a computer recently, you've seen some of these splash page changes. We added State of Kansas branding, so you are aware that you are on a State of Kansas information system instead of Microsoft branding. There's a prompt to use the Authenticator app, and then we've also added basically a mini acceptable use policy refresher right there, letting you know that if you choose to log in, your system is subject to monitoring, all that kind of stuff. And if you access our information systems without authorization, it's a violation of KSA 215839. It's your boilerplate splash page stuff. So the Authenticator app prompt brings me into another program we'd really like to get started. So we have started our MFA rollout. It's in the process. As a security engineer, I recommend that we use the Authenticator app. I know there's a lot of pushback about putting an app on your phone. So I like to get some information out there about the app. It's free to download. Even if you don't put your email on your phone because you don't want to be subject to that monitoring, the app does not make whatever device you put it on subject to monitoring or any other provisions of the legislature's acceptable use policy, because you're not accessing any of Kansas's information with that app. You're just getting a code. It's a one-time password. So you're not subject to monitoring. And then cost-wise, when you're actually using the app, there's no to minimal device data usage. That's essentially when you look at a Wi-Fi connection versus cellular connection. If you're connected to the state Wi-Fi in the building, for example, you're not going to see any incremental costs on your personal cell phone data plan. Even if you are using cell phone data, if you're also using your work email on your phone, you're going to use significantly less data getting that code than you are doing your work email. So there's really no cost. There's no intrusion. It doesn't collect any other data that your normal work email wouldn't. It doesn't actually collect any data whatsoever. It just gives you a way to authenticate, and it gives us a better way to be able to help you if you ever forget your password or something like that. So by current policy, if a representative or somebody forgets their password and they're halfway across the state, I can't reset that password over the phone because I don't know. There's no way I can verify who that person is. It could be anybody calling me, pretending to be somebody else. It's so easy to spoof a number nowadays. We'd have to go through either LAPS or one of our automated procedures to get that password reset. But I can't just give out a password over the phone. It's just not secure. It's not what we should do. If we start using the authenticator application, I can actually go in and I can send a prompt that will allow whoever that is to reset their password. And I won't have to I don't have any worries about that because they will have to have the device, they will have to have the application, and to get into the application, they will have to have either biometrics or a password or some other method just to get in there. So it's much more secure. It helps with, and it also makes it easier because when the application's on there, and like I said, I can send that push prompt and somebody can get right back in and then have to reset their password. You know, even if somebody forgets their password with the Authenticator app, you can easily just go in and reset your password from the app as well. So, I mean, it just makes everything easier, makes everything more secure. The next thing John touched on as well, our enhanced email security with Exchange Online. That'll give us enhanced anti-malware protection, anti-spam protection, anti-phishing, spoof protection, ability to send encrypted messages, which we don't have right now, near real-time reporting and message trace capabilities. This means if somebody gets a threatening email or a violent email, currently we have to go through, I can't tell you how many logs just to be able to barely get a trace. With this, we'll be able to have real-time reporting and be able to easily trace that because we will get a report. The dashboards are a million times better in the O365 environment. Everything's just put there so we can trace everything from a security perspective. I can look at the logs I need to look at very easily, things like that. It also helps protect our reputation because it utilizes separate outbound delivery pools. So you may be saying, okay, what's this? So when you have the constituent relationship management software may fix this problem, but say you're sending out a newsletter to 500 constituents. Well, you send it to a Gmail account and say you send it to, and say 200 people on that mailing list no longer have that email address. It's going to bounce back. Well, what that says to Gmail is, hey, you're spam, even though you're the Kansas legislature, and it's going to blacklist your email because it's coming from that same delivery pool. What this does is, for the reputation protection, is it sends it from different delivery pools. So even if you get that 200 message bounce back, Gmail doesn't go, wait a minute, this is spam from the Kansas legislature. It goes, this has been split up, it's been timed differently so that not everything sends out. It sends out at the same time, but not measurable by humans at the same time. So we're talking nanoseconds, milliseconds, enough for an email server to not recognize that as spam, essentially. And that also works with other services because we're part of that environment to put us on more of a whitelist. So that'll be a big help there. I know a couple times in the past couple sessions, we have been blacklisted on different services and we've had to get that fixed. So this will help with that. The CRM software should help with that as well because they're going to send through their own email pools, most of them essentially. The other thing is the Exchange Online service offers a network of redundant data centers which ensure a 99.99% uptime, meaning there's rarely any downtime. Even when the crowd, of course, everyone knows about the CrowdStrike incident that kind of knocked them down, but they weren't down for too long, and that was, an aberration. We don't use CrowdStrike here. None of our systems were affected. I just want to make sure everybody knew that. We were up and running the entire time. That didn't actually affect Microsoft, just CrowdStrike customers, which we are not. We also need to be ready for some likely software and service replacements. Several of our current software products and services are likely to be decommissioned over the coming couple sessions in favor of options that provide enhanced security and reporting capabilities. I'm not going to go into any specifics. If you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, if you'd like specifics, I can email them out to you, or we can do a closed session about that. But I kind of don't want to go into what we're going to be decommissioning and commissioning here. This is all leading up to. I mentioned zero trust today. I mentioned it a lot last time. This is all leading up to kind of what the next step in security is for everybody. And I'd like us to get there sooner rather than later, and we're really on pace to get there. This is what's called a secure access service edge. So essentially right now, all of our protection is built into the data center. Our data is protected in the data center because our data is in the data center. Well, we are moving things to the cloud. So what secure access service edge does is it moves that protection to the cloud. So all the cloud vendors have their own version of protection, but when our data is in the cloud, we set some of the policy, but the general security stuff is left up to them. We review that security before we use any cloud vendors, but they decide, Microsoft has Microsoft security, things like that. What this allows us to do is implement organization-wide policy, whatever our policies are, on that cloud edge. So before any data leaves that cloud, it's already been through our policies, our configurations, and it's where we want it to be and presented to people how we want it to be. As you can see, it places the network controls on the cloud edge, not within our data center. It enhances our security as services, software, and data when it's moved to cloud-hosted environments. And instead of layering services that require separate configuration and management, SASE that's how you pronounce it if you ever want to pronounce it. It's fun to say, SASE. SASE converges network and security services utilizing a single control plane, meaning we'll be able to control everything from essentially one piece, and it increases security for remote work and distributed workloads. So again, we are having a lot more people work outside of the office, especially during the interim. We get a lot of that. This will secure those users better, and our workloads are becoming distributed because we are moving certain things to the cloud. We'll always have stuff in the data center. We're always going to host some data in the data center. It's not going to go away, but a lot of the stuff is going to move to the cloud. This will give us a better opportunity to secure that, and we do that using software-defined networking, meaning instead of your traditional routers and things like that, our network would be defined by software. We can dynamic and programmatically make our network configuration more efficient to improve the performance and monitoring. Cloud Access Security Broker, which is actually, we have, so a lot, and I'll go into this real quick. We have some of this stuff in place already. We just haven't deployed it. So we have a Cloud Access Security Broker in place, just waiting on deployment. We don't have any apps in the cloud currently, so there's no reason for the deployment. But this enforces our security policy between cloud service consumers, which would be us, and the service providers, which would be either AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, whichever one it is, to enforce enterprise security policies as cloud-based resources as the resources are accessed in the cloud. The Zero Trust Network Access enforces the premise that no one is blindly trusted and allowed to access enterprise resources until they've been validated as a legitimate user and they are authorized. So ZTNA, this was a kind of a year from now plan, but based on some current changes that are going to go in effect November 1st, it looks like we are going to have to move forward with that before then. So that will be coming. It'll be great. You're not going to notice any difference. It's just going to make things so much easier. It'll get rid of the use of VPNs, things like that. We also look at next generation firewalls or firewall as a service. Again, this is basically just moving the hardware into the cloud or into the network space as opposed to, now when I say that, don't get me wrong, the firewall essentially is in the network space already. This is just getting rid of the need for a physical appliance with maintenance and kind of what John was talking about, vendor reliance. This gets us away from that vendor reliance because we'll be using those firewall services in the cloud. And then a secure web gateway, again, another piece that we already have in place. It controls access and defends against web threats. This will essentially provide an extra layer of network scanning specifically for our traffic. So any traffic that comes in and out of the building or goes in and out of our Microsoft tenant will receive an extra layer of inspection to make sure that there aren't any malware, phishing, bad sites, anything like that. So kind of to go over a goals review for 2023, short term, I wanted to update policies, which we did, roll out MFA, which we are doing, get a good hardware, software, and service inventory, which we did, and get the security and awareness training program going, which we also did. My long-term goals were to enhance cybersecurity culture, cybersecurity knowledge and awareness, strengthen legislative cybersecurity using NIST frameworks, and continue with the security awareness and training. For 2024, I want to finish that MFA rollout. I want to update the inventory once we get those new devices in. We are going to migrate our endpoint detection and response system. So that's that ESET pop-up you guys get. That's going to be changing to a different vendor, a different service, I should say. Migrate to our Exchange Online, which is happening right now. I want to deploy that secure standard image, and I want to get that NIST adoption and alignment really, really going and really working here. Long term, I want to transform our network and get us onto that SASE, get us more protected, more agile as we move more services to the cloud. I want to consolidate our security services, essentially cut the fat. We have some things that we're not using. We have some things that, with some of the new services we've implemented overall, are kind of doubled up. I want to get rid of all of that. Implement some of these advanced security services I mentioned before. Implement infrastructure changes to protect data in the cloud and on company devices. Again, that's fixing our infrastructure. Apply the zero trust principles. Improve our risk management processes. I think a standardized risk management process will work great. I think it's just something we need to do overall as the legislature. And I want to continue to cybersecurity culture. I want to continue the cybersecurity culture building through increased knowledge and awareness. So that's kind of where I am, what I'm looking to do. And kind of, we're rocking and rolling and all this stuff. And we're getting there. We're much better off than we were last year. We have total visibility over everything at this point in time. That's again, and I want to stress, and I know that you've probably heard this a lot, either today or in the past. An attack will happen. My job is to limit the damage and recover, make it so we can recover as quickly as possible. We're not going to be able to avoid an attack. It's just the current environment. It's just not going to happen. Move into the SASE services. We may start to be able to be overall defenders may start to be more proactive with those kind of deployments. But right now, it's just, again, segment, cut off whatever's been affected, and recover as quickly as possible. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, thanks for being here. So I just looked up on the Arctic emails, and I guess I'm behind. It says I have four assignments that I haven't done yet. So, yeah, and so that was my point, because that's what I figured. I go through a lot of emails, junk email. I just delete them. So, did you guys send out a memo, or did I?
Correct. We did. We sent out a blue page. Is that what I think what to call it? One of our normal notifications. They sent that out.
Well, I look at those about as much as I do anything else. Because normally it's just saying we're going to be down, and it's like, okay. So I think maybe a little bit more of something to let legislators know, hey, this is something that you need to do.
Roger that, Representative. I'll get that taken care of. We'll get some kind of campaign going and make sure everybody's aware that this is going on. So
yeah, because I think people would probably do it if they are not deleting them.
Yes, sir.
So the other thing is the authenticator. I thought that everybody had to put that on their phone if they were using even the laptop. Is that not right?
So that is not a requirement at this time.
Oh, okay. It's not a requirement.
No. So we offer the authenticator is our preferred method because it just makes everything so much easier for us to manage. But you can also select to get a SMS text sent to your phone. You can have a phone call sent to your office phone. There are different ways that we can do multi-factor authentication currently.
All right. I guess when I did it, I thought that was the only way. But, okay, appreciate it.
Yes, Representative, if you do want to set up something else, just give us a call and we'll get it set up for you. No problem.
No, that's okay. It just, I think that, again, it was maybe not explained real well. Said, hey, you need to download this on, and I trusted the guys downstairs and I did it. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did, and it just sits there. I didn't know really what it was for, except that we went through some stuff initially to set up the laptop, and then so I don't know, maybe just a little bit more of understanding on that too.
Roger that, Representative. Going forward, we're going to be working on those trainings and notifications more, because there will be some differences, especially when we push these images out. The easiest way to put it is essentially what we're doing is we're going to add an extra step to everything. So you can't click on a link on accident. You can't accidentally send out somebody's social security number. You can't accidentally do this. We're not going to stop you from doing anything, but we're going to say, hey, are you sure you want to do this? If it already does that once, it's going to do it twice. If it doesn't do it, it's going to start doing it. That's essentially what these secure images do, basically, is just make it so, you have to think about the decision you're making on your computer. You can't just click, 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 and then stuff happens, which is kind of what happens right now. So, all
right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob, for the presentation and all your work. And I will echo your comments for the directors and your staff, everybody. It's really been a nice improvement. And not to slam on anybody prior, but it has been a good improvement. And I think it allows Tom to step in, because we do have such a good team, and fulfill that role as he is. I do have a couple questions. One is KS Open. Is that still going to be available? And how do you have that network divided? I'm not a fan of it.
So Senator, yes, KS Open will still be available. OH sent out, and there was no classification on the email. An email to the ks.gov network will be discontinued, which is why we're looking at going to the zero trust architecture earlier rather than waiting a year. Essentially, the way it is now, if once ks.gov is discontinued for anybody to access anything, you're going to have to sign in with that Cisco Secure VPN every single time you get on your computer. We're going to run the same VPN connection through the same tunnel. We could run into some latency issues, things like that. So, you know, we're going to get that zero trust deployed. That way we don't have those latency issues. It's actually probably going to make things a little bit faster, but it'll be actually more secure than using the VPN. And it'll take away that need as well. But KS Open, yes, Robert, Senator. KS, as far as I know, we don't run that. That's an OITS run thing. So as far as I know, that will stay, Senator Tyson.
Okay, I've heard that there are some issues with that and creates vulnerabilities for us. And the library system, is that under control too? I know that I shouldn't be saying this publicly, but it is a weakness.
So Senator, again, the library is not, we don't deal with any, they have their own separate IT department. So yeah, OITS runs the network in the building. We're essentially just passengers on the OITS network currently, the way things are currently set up. So we run our security through kind of essentially the space they allow us to run it through. And again, you know, a lot of the steps we're going to take is kind of going to get rid of our dependence upon them, and we're going to be able to do a lot of different things as far as securing our internal network better. Now, you know, when you want to talk about like your VLANs and how the network's segmented, yes, the changes we make will not affect the overall network. That's still going to be whatever OITS does, and the library will be separate. You know, all of your stuff will be separate based on the segmentation. Something, of course, that we'd all like to, you know, get a hand on and change, but you know, it's just, you know, the nature of the beast at this point in time, Senator.
So thank you, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, so our personal devices then going on the network, so you're saying that they will be able to access the network with the authentication? Is that correct?
Yeah, so personal devices will be the same. It will be getting onto Kansas Open, and you will be able to access anything that you could normally access on Kansas Open. If you do want to access anything secure on a personal device, just as before, you will have to put that extra layer of security on there, which is that authentication, that's your piece that you're talking about, and then you can access network resources.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, my concern is there have been times that legislative laptop not available, not working for whatever cause. I'm on the floor. I need to access amendments right away. And I don't do any personal information or minimal. In fact, nothing that I search on my legislative laptop is personal. It's all legislative work. But I don't want you guys having access to my personal machine either, because I've actually heard somebody comment in a meeting as to what's been going on with these personal machines. So where's that divide in that protection?
So that protection is set up within our policies. And so when you log into the apps that kind of give you besides that splash page I showed you, there will be a kind of an explainer on what exactly you're getting into. With the new architecture we're going to, I mean, it essentially eliminates all that, because the easiest way to put it is, so currently when you log in, you're logging into our internal network. So you're there, you're accessing, whether that be through KS Open, however you do it. It's through a VPN tunnel, yes, but it's still in our internal network. The way that it would work in the new architecture is you would be allowed to log in, but you're not logging into our internal network. So you're not subject to the same thing, because you're not actually putting Kansas data on your device.
Okay. That makes so it does, but my concern is that we have access to the amendments on the floor. That's my big concern.
Yes. So no, if anything,
I know the House isn't as I've watched them in action. So
if anything, Senator, this is going to make access to everything easier. Everything we're doing is going to make access to we're going to make it, and I know it sounds weird because security is generally less convenient, but by erasing a lot of this technical debt that we're in currently, we're going to make things not only more secure, but also easier to use. So what we will be, doing things that will require a single step, and then you are authenticated and good to go. And that will, so essentially what that authenticator is going to do is, you talk about MAC address tables or network address tables, whatever. We're essentially creating that same thing within the security environment. So anytime our environment sees just that, nothing on your device, but the identifier for your device that says this device is okay to use because it's been authenticated. So you don't have to authenticate again. You're going to be able to use stuff more easily and things like that. So everything, all these processes will become easier, but actually more secure because, say, to your point on difficulty, if you brought in a new device, a new tablet, you would have to make sure that we authenticate that before you can use it. You wouldn't be able to use that straight on the floor because they would say, hey, we don't recognize this. You can't get on our network and you can't access our resources. So, but overall, yes, this is going to be much easier. And as far as accessing whatever you need to access, amendments, anything like that, this isn't going to affect anything like that, Senator.
Okay, and if I may, what about the landlines that are in the committee rooms and stuff? Are those still going to be available or not available?
I don't have the answer to that question currently, Senator. I would have to check on that.
Okay, and yeah, I'll save the rest. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Thank you for your presentation, Bob, and glad to see that you're not wearing that awesome cardigan on today's day. But just it's still cool. I want to go to slide 9 and give us percentages on secure culture program score, poor to strong, and training session completion percentage 22%, and more specifically remediation completion rate. That one there, how many people have gone through that?
Gone through the remediation, Representative?
Yeah, because you give us the percent, but not the...
Correct. So our phishing simulation failure rate of 1% puts us at about, if I remember correctly, 4 or 5 people who have actually clicked on a phishing email, which is really good. And so that remediation would put it about half of those people have, well, of course, probably like 3 people have completed that remediation. And again, we're managing that in concert with the departments. So I send out a report that lets the departments know these are the people who failed, these are the people who haven't, completed, whatever that may be, and then they, handle it however they're going to handle it. I just track the overall scores and kind of make sure that I'm facilitating whatever they need.
4 to 5 isn't bad. I mean, it's not good, but
no.
but in overall, the number of employees that could click on that, legislators and everything, that's pretty good. The other question I believe was answered here, but the authenticator, all on board, makes sense. Baker, we use the Duo to help us, but the grievance I have with it is if it can get so repetitive that I have to authenticate if I open up this portal or if I open up that portal, but yet it's all coming from the same device there. Is there going to be needs for multiple authentication verification, or is it just the one time? Now we got your phone's authenticated or your laptop or whatever it is?
So Representative Haskins, it's going to depend on the environment. So right now, our Microsoft setup is once every 30 days. So as long as you're using the same device, you will only have to do that authenticator once every 30 days. And that's just kind of what the recommended standard, technically the recommended standard is every time. But, for as we're easing everybody into this, we thought once every 30 days would be sufficient. And then it's also going to depend on the technology moving forward. So most of your devices now are using what's called a trusted platform module, which is essentially a private key, which is actually your device in your device, and then a public key. So if you can create a pass key between device and our tenant, which you will be able to do with the laptops, you won't have to use that authenticator because essentially your private key is stored on the device, the public key is stored on the server. which is actually the opposite of how they normally do it. You usually have they used to have the private key on the server. And anyway, that's neither here nor there, but it will allow you to connect and go right in without having to authenticate every single time. As long as you're using that same device. Easiest way to put it is it's going to be device-based. More devices you use, the more times you're going to have to authenticate. As long as you're using the same devices, you'll be good to go. It'll make it simpler. Yes, sir, Representative. And I just real quick, you mentioned the people clicking on phishing emails. Your fellow representatives and senators have been doing an amazing job of letting us know. And I did forget to mention this. With the Exchange Online migration, there's actually going to be just a report email button that's going to be set up. It's actually going to say Arctic Wolf. You'll click on that, click on report email, and that will automatically report that phishing or suspected phishing. And we'll review that, and then we will add it on there. So there won't be any more need to email myself or Steve or anybody. It'll just be reportable right away. So it'll make it easier for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for changing your name for all of us, which you didn't really, that was going above and beyond the active service, since you're a Michael, not really a Bob. But thanks for being here. And I wanted to tell you that I am thrilled. Just, there's no other word to say. I am so happy. I was so unhappy last year. And with various things that were going on. And this is just flat amazing. So
Thank you, Representative. And just, when you see Tom and Eric and John and everybody else, make sure to thank them. I'm just reporting on all this stuff. So it's all, it's a team effort, definitely not an individual. So
I'm sure, but you need a team that all believes in one another and someone to lead that team. So thank you very much. And I look forward to working with you this year.
Thank you, Representative.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Next up, we have Alex Agard reviewing specific security controls across state agencies. Welcome back to the committee, Alex.
Let's make sure this is on. Mr. Chair, as I recall, this is for the Part 2 audit from last year. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So this audit answered the question, do selected state agencies and school districts adequately comply with selected IT security standards and best practices? And the long and short of this audit was most of the ones we evaluated did not. So to give you a little bit of background about the IT security context and process for this audit starts on page 4. State agencies must follow ITEC security standards to protect sensitive information against data loss or theft. ITEC was created by state law and has adopted a series of policies, including Policy 7230A, which is the big security policy that basically lays out some of those different standards. The ITEC standards are similar to those put out by the federal government as well as other international organizations. And the state has passed other laws in the recent past 5 years specifically, designed to address IT security issues. When this audit was produced, it was prior to this most recent session, but a couple of laws just to throw out there: the Cybersecurity Act from 2018, the amendments to that act in the 2023 session, and then we're all aware of the 2024 Senate Bill. There you go, 291. Thank you. Local entities, though, like school districts, are not required to follow the state's IT security policies. They may be subject to other state or federal laws, such as the federal FERPA or the Kansas Student Data Privacy Act, but neither of those require districts to implement specific IT security controls. Our 2021 audit of school districts' self-reported IT practices found that many did not follow basic security standards. Moving to page 8, since 2014, our office has produced IT security audits of individual state agencies, which were kept confidential. These audits generally were produced one at a time, and summaries of those audits results were released every 3 years. Audits would cover anywhere from 10 to 20 subject areas and anywhere from 50 to about 100 different IT controls. In December of 2022, the Post-Audit Committee approved an audit proposal that looked at fewer overall areas, but more entities. One of the goals was to produce a public report that took a broader looks at those subject areas rather than focused looks at the individual entities. We released the first audit under that proposal in July of 2023, and then this is the second of those 2 audits. In December of 2023, the Post-Audit Committee chose to go back to the individualized confidential reporting, so this is basically the second of 2 for the foreseeable future in this vein. For this audit, I'm still on page 8, covering a little bit of method now. For this audit, we reviewed controls at 15 different entities that included 12 state agencies and 3 school districts. We reviewed 3 control areas: systems operations and configuration, continuity of operations planning, or COOP, and data center security. And we evaluated 5 controls within each subject area for a total of 15 controls. We followed our previously established scoring processes to evaluate compliance, awarding anywhere from 0 to 3 points for an individual control based on how compliant an entity was. So if they didn't have anything in place, they got a big fat goose egg. If they were all the way compliant and had it covered, 3 points, and then depending on how close they were to not compliant or close to being all the way there, we gave them one of those in-between numbers, 1 or 2. The last thing to note is we set the cutoff for substantive compliance at 50%, so scores above 50% were considered to have, entities were considered to have substantively complied with security standards for that area. These entities still, though, typically had findings they needed to work on. So overall, we're here on page 10 for the overall big takeaway from this audit. About half of the entities that we evaluated did not substantively comply with IT security standards and best practices in at least 2 out of the 3 areas that we evaluated. As shown in figure 2, 4 of the entities had significant or major issues, control issues in all 3 areas. So they had scores below 50% in all 3 of those areas. Only 3 entities substantively complied with all 3 areas. So 3 got basically pretty good scores in all 3 areas. Based on our interactions with staff, observations, and cumulative experience, these findings demonstrated a continued lack of top management oversight and supervision of entities' IT security functions. This was generally referred to as a tone at the top. Because IT security is ultimately top management's responsibility, they have a duty to put adequate safeguards in place to protect the entity's data and limit its risk of data loss. We also noted as a kind of a contributing factor that for some entities, unclear or missing documentation of contractors' roles and responsibilities contributed to some of these findings that we found. So moving into those 3 different areas, first off, we'll talk about systems operations and configurations, which starts on page 12. 9 out of the 15 entities did not substantively comply with selected controls in this area. We looked at kind of a brief high-level list of those controls is on page 12, and further details about those can be found in the Appendix C at the back of the audit. Figure 3 on page 13 shows that one of the entities received kind of a red score or representing significant control issues, and 8 more were orange. So examples of some of the findings that we saw for this area included asset inventory, so duplicate or missing information from inventories, assets assigned to people that no longer work for the agency or organization, and items not even always assigned to having a caretaker assigned to an asset. We also looked at scanning for vulnerabilities and patching those vulnerabilities in this area. So 5 entities actually didn't scan for vulnerabilities at all, and we had 6 more that weren't scanning all of their network devices. In terms of patching, some entities relied on automatic patching processes for their Microsoft vulnerabilities, but staff often didn't have a documented process to ensure that all of their patches had made it to their target successfully and were applied like they should be. The main reason for poor outcomes in this area comes down to management not sufficiently monitoring compliance. I mean, many entities relied on contractors to deliver IT services, and we noted that agreements with contractors didn't always include all expected security services. Agency management is ultimately responsible for ensuring that necessary controls are in place, and a logical extension of that is knowing what they're paying for. So the next area starts on page 15. It's continuity of operations planning. For this area, 8 out of 15 entities did not substantively comply with selected controls. In this area that we audited, we looked at those controls listed on pages 15 and 16. A couple things to keep in mind for the continuity of operations planning area is that these requirements have been in place for a number of years, including the component requiring a business impact analysis. That is sometimes treated as kind of a newer thing, but it still has been in place for a number of years. The governor did issue an executive order last year requiring agencies to adopt a continuity of operations plan by the end of the year. However, several entities, as we were conducting this audit, did not have an approved plan when we came into audit last fall, and so they were deemed non-compliant. We also didn't formally review the executive order and compare it against ITEC requirements, except to say that we noted each of them had component pieces that were not in the other one. So the executive order required some things that weren't in the ITEC policy and vice versa. If you look with me in figure 4 on page 17, it kind of shows the dispersal of, or the distribution of agencies in terms of color. Again, we had 6 that had scores in the red and 2 more in the orange. Examples of findings in this area, we found that 4 entities didn't have a plan at all, and 4 more were still working off of a draft plan. Only of the 7 entities that had a plan, 4 of those entities' plans had outdated information in it, whether it be about information systems or employees that no longer worked for the entity. Continuity of operations related weaknesses directly impact how quickly an entity can recover and resume operations after a major disruption. So the main reason behind poor outcomes in this area is that management may not sufficiently be prioritizing continuity of operations planning. As a form of strategic planning, it can sometimes be viewed as something you can put off until, tomorrow, which is fine until tomorrow actually happens, and then you're up the creek. Last area we covered was data center security. That's on page 18. Overall, 7 out of the 13 entities did not substantively comply with selected controls in this area that we audited. So you may be wondering, wait, we went from 15 to 13, what happened? So 2 of the entities that we evaluated told us they didn't actually have a data center for us to evaluate. They completely used cloud-based storage, which may be fine, but it presents different control issues and risks from the traditional data center model. So we excluded them from the analysis here. 3 entities, we noted some entities used the state's contracted data center with Unisys. There were other entities that had contracted with private organizations or companies. For some of that work, for example, we did visit the state's data center and evaluate controls there. We weren't able to evaluate the controls at all of the other contracted data centers, so some of that work is a little bit more limited. Still, we found that on page 20 here, that graph showed that 2 entities had significant control issues, had red scores, and 5 more had major control issues or orange scores. Examples of findings for this area included a handful of physical access issues. So many of the data centers we looked at had good physical controls, but we still saw some entities with issues. A big example I think used here is that one entity had kind of a makeshift data center in their offices, But in order to keep temperatures down for that room, the door was propped open, and so that kind of was an obvious access issue there. We also noted in terms of authorized access that 3 entities had unreasonably high numbers of people with access, unescorted access, including, and that included one agency whose, or entity whose officials were aware of the issue but hadn't adopted any mitigating controls for that. Lastly, environmental controls, we noted that 7 of the 8 entities who manage their own data centers lacked 1 or more environmental controls to prevent or mitigate damage from water, fire, humidity, or temperature. Poor controls at data centers really just increase the risk that assets or the data could be lost or damaged. Primary causes for issues in this area included unfamiliarity with ITEC requirements, as well as just inadequate monitoring, again, by top management. Overall, entities generally agreed with our findings and conclusions. We made some minor changes to individual entity findings based on feedback that we received during the draft process. Our recommendations start on page 22. We had recommendations for 3 groups of people. The first group was for auditees who generally said they would do those. The second group of recommendations was for the Information Security Office, and they also said they would do those. And then the last 3 recommendations were for the legislature to consider, starting on page 27. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Any questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, I'm just wondering, is, this report is of 12 state agencies and 3 school districts. Why are they all put in the same basket? Because then as I look at your findings, they're all treated like kind. So I don't know schools versus agency behaviors, do I, in this report?
Part of the initial proposal and agreement was that there would be a breakdown, that we would include kind of a 4-to-1 ratio in terms of agencies and school districts. So that's why we had that breakdown. We did treat them essentially the same when evaluating these controls because, ITEC controls are largely based on NIST controls, which are a federal set of standards, and they're generally not crazy out there. They're common sense, best practice types of things. People in the field don't go, hey, that sounds like a crazy idea. No, these are things that are generally common sense type of IT security controls. So we evaluated that for all of those folks on that premise.
So do school districts typically have their own data centers?
Some do and some don't. We saw some, I can't remember whether it had to do with this audit or other audits that I've been, because I feel so old that some of that's starting to glom together in terms of, but we've audited 8 school districts, some of which have maintained their own data centers, and we've also seen some that contract that out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Alex, you ready for a motion for the next one?
Sure thing.
Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be closed or recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters relating to security measures that protect the information systems of the state of Kansas, Indigent Defense Services, and a recent audit of such security measures with the appropriate individuals from the Legislative Division of Post Audit and the Kansas State Board of Indigent Defense Services. Pursuant to this justification listed in KSA 75-4319B 12C, because discussion of matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resumes the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 3:30, and to record This motion, if adopted, is part of the committee's permanent record.
We have a second? Seconded by Senator Representative Wassinger. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion is adopted. remind the committee we need to be thinking of items to put in our report at the end of the year. We always try and do that. If you have any topics you'd like brought up, be sure you contact James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It may be premature, but I would like to compliment the steps that have been taken by LAS and computer staff. I know we have a ways to go, but they are moving in the right direction, and it's nice to see. So I don't know if you want to, it's premature, but.
They are moving in the right direction. Somebody might want to put in our report at the end of the year. Any further? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get a presentation on CanRen. I have CanRen come in and give us a presentation on their network and policies surrounding that.
Committee, anything else to come before the committee? Any suggestions for the topic?
I would just add, we had a really good session last time on AI, and I would just appreciate maybe an update on what has been done since the last time we had that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for us to not lose sight of trying to make sure that we're getting everybody who's connected to us navigated to a .gov or a .edu or a more secure government website. So I don't want us to lose sight of that. And then I think we should see, put on the radar about the discussion we had about the board members and in the ITech policy and how that's dealt with. And then the other thing is, until last 2 years, we were pretty much the committee that dealt pretty much with most technology issues. And now we have another committee. Well, actually, there's a couple of committees that deal with it. And just kind of figuring out amongst all of us that are dealing in this area, kind of what our lanes are. So, who's focusing on what and what this committee really needs to focus on. Since we have others focusing on other things, it just might be good to know that. That's all I can think of for now.
And just to let the committee members know, if you do need to, you would like to see like the issue that was brought up on the schools, you can always contact Post Audit and go down, and they're more than happy to schedule a time with you to see some of those confidential audits. And that is eye-opening. Committee? Seeing no further business. We're adjourned.